6, the final day of the Grim Cup 3. We are here with Marvel Rivals, and right now we have this matchup with CSUN versus St. John Bosco High School.
Hey, what's up, everybody? What game are we playing?
we're actually playing the newest game title to our collection here at LBCC Esports. It is Marvel Rivals, and there's a number of different objectives in this game series, but one thing to note, it is rather similar to Overwatch, but in reality it's way more complicated. 6-on-6 gameplay, different classes, as well as a bunch of other different nuances.
It looks a lot like Overwatch. No, I'm just kidding. This is Coach Gabe over here. I don't know if we got our camera up, but our engineer Trance is on the stick, and I'm here with Ramsey. Wanted to just jump in our stream and kind of get some perspective. So welcome CSUN and Bosco to our tournament. I am learning a lot right now. This isn't my forte, this isn't my game, but really excited. I'm a big Marvels fan, so happy to see that it's Marvel is great again, so to speak.
Oh, of course. This is a game title that's been long anticipated in the Marvel scene. It seems that CSUN will actually be taking the first objective here in this round, and there's actually a handful of objectives that each team has to capture, and between games we'll do another draft, another band series. But our next objective here will be Waterfall. It's up to CSUN to secure the point once again. But Bosco could strike back. Of course, this is a best-of-3 game mode.
Okay, so let me get this straight. When it says CSUN left, Bosco right,
yes,
those little four little echelons, those little tabs, basically CSUN won game 1, and that's why it's filled in there, right?
Yes, CSUN did take round 1, and their goal is just to capture the point longer than the other team when the time expires, or to completely capture the point before the other team can. And of course, this game does center around team play, so depending on how you play your healers, Bosco has Jeff the Land Shark, for example. It's their goal to make sure their team can take those points. And what we'll see in competitive rivals is actually sometimes when your main tank dies or your support gets sniped, you will end up seeing that the team will fall back and wait for another 6-man assault before they retake that point.
I see. Special shout out to CSUN's Mike. Mike is our POV engineer right now. He's the one doing a little bit of the switching for us in game. So welcome. Thank you, Mike. Who is this character here?
I believe this is one of the Fantastic Four characters.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic. Okay. I was like, why is he all yoked? And then now he's throwing his guns.
Oh, of course, he is a utility character, ironically, and his job is really to shift between that tank role and that damage dealer, where he has a big opportunity when if he doesn't need healing, he'll become the tank and be ready to swap out for the main tank, as well as getting ready for any healer supports that may be necessary. It'll be CSUN on this point rather early on, though.
I see. Oh, and the Rocket Raccoon's in there. I saw Magneto. Like, these are really, I really like the synergy, the combinations that, the metas I think are going to start settling in soon as the game becomes more and more balanced. So I really like where Marvel Rivals could go.
Of course, and one thing to note about Marvel Rival characters actually is that they do have a squad buff if you have characters of the not similar archetypes but similar franchises, so to speak. So if you have Loki, Thor, and Zeus on the same team, you can actually use special team up abilities that only they have access to.
Really?
And it's actually the same if there are multiple Fantastic Four members on the same team, or similar Guardians of the Galaxy, so to speak.
I see. That's really cool. I like that. That was well done.
Yes, of course, there are many different compositions that teams can go for, but of course, if you do knock out one of those party members, then suddenly they may lose a lot of DPS or lose a lot of their ability or a lot of their team up abilities. So focusing down some of those members could also be a goal of the opposing team. We will see here a push from the point from CSUN, getting ready to clean house. Most of Bosco stuck in spawn right now, as they will be taking the second round and game 1.
So dominant performance from CSUN. Well done. So is that wrap?
I believe that's game
Is it
one.
best
I
of three?
don't. Yes, that'll be CSUN taking game one, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, and it is a best of three. Each game is best of three, and then each the whole series is best of three games.
I see.
So there's lots of different
What character
stuff.
is this?
I'm not too sure. Maybe that's a skin for one of the heroes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
And we can see here the stats. Unfortunately, Bosco wasn't able to pick up too many frags because CSUN had their support on lock. We did see that they had two assisting characters. Of course, Rocket Raccoon there can also function as a healer, ironically enough, where he's able to shoot healing orbs at you whether you like it or not.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I like that. I didn't know Rocket was a healer. I would not have pegged him as one. Maybe a range deeps. But...
He's a support character. He does get a little bit of chip damage if he chooses to use it, but he can boost teammates' damage, heal them, and as well have his ultimate ability where he's able to kind of fire a huge missile through the crowd.
Got it. Okay.
As you'd expect. And it seems that we will be getting into the next map here.
How many maps are in Rivals?
I
Roughly.
think right now there's about 12 different maps, and of those, I believe 8 are tournament legal.
Okay.
So it's kind of like you have your Smash Bros stages, and you don't want the most competitive Smash Bros map with a big old plane flying through everyone the entire time.
Got it.
So
okay.
it's those kind of dynamic maps are turned off.
So this bonus coverage, this is Cathedral and Fullerton College, right?
Yeah, it seems that they're just getting into their round 1 draft, and while we wait for CSUN and Bosco to continue, we will be checking out FC and Cathedral here.
So part of so any of the viewers want to know, we are doing the lab is basically designed to do 5v5s. We do have a 6-man station, but because there's so many players in this game title, we have to spread out the space. So Group A, they drew the short straw, and those guys are in here for an 8 a.m. Game check-in, and then 9 o'clock start. But the 4 teams in Group A are Cathedral, Bosco, Fullerton College, and CSUN. And again, thank you to CSUN for attending, and we had a drop, so we wanted to add them to the roster, so to the grouping. So I'm happy that they're here. But around 11 o'clock, we're going to get Group B started. They're going to start arriving in the lab soon too. So that's kind of the way it's structured. So we're going to bounce back and forth between the 2 coverages. So this is the Fullerton College and Cathedral game. Looks like I get a chance to see one of my favorite characters, Captain America.
Yeah, we'll be the FC Phantoms wielding that Captain America. Oh no, it looks like it might have just been banned though.
Ooh.
We'll have to see if there are any adjustments from Phantoms here based on, I believe, so the way Marvel Rivals draft gets to work is you get to ban a character or keep a character safe.
Okay.
And here, it'll be up to this Captain America to switch characters here. And it seems that they might be working with that team-up ability for, I believe that's Miss Marvel, but I can't actually tell based on the skin.
So that little icon in the bottom right, is that's
yes, that means they have a synergy ability
okay.
with at least one other character in the composition.
So it looks like Bucky Barnes' Winter Soldier is not part of that synergy, right? Okay. That makes sense.
Yes, whether there's a handful of different synergies that can be created, whether it's all the Magic Squad or if it's all of the Avengers or a few other different things that you're able to have going on. Seems that this first map might be a progress the point kind of style of gameplay here, and that is where we'll go ahead and see here. Once it gets underway, it'll be quite obvious, but I believe that's kind of like the protect the payload kind of map where there's offense and defense.
Okay. And Cathedral's rocking an Ultron. Magneto. Magneto. We saw Magneto in the last game. I wonder what kind of abilities Ultron's got.
Of course, we can see here Ultron. I believe Ultron is a flyer, but we'll be able to see rather quickly here. Flyers in this game. So if you imagine Overwatch, right? Imagine Overwatch, but half the characters can just fly away.
Oh,
and
okay.
That's why flyers are considered some of the toughest opponents to deal with in the game. When you're playing ranked, you want to always target those flyers because they'll be just putting damage on top of damage on you if you don't get them out of the way. But of course, in exchange, they're rather frail.
Got it. Okay.
So the healer can't exactly keep them alive from those characters who may have a sniper rifle, so to speak, type of abilities. Abilities like Hulk's ultimate, for example, can even take out flyers. And of course, the flyers can battle each other in the air and seek to neutralize each other. Here we're watching Gamora actually taking fire, but also trying to keep their Winter Soldier, their Bucky, alive there.
Now, does the game call him Winter Soldier, or do they call him Bucky?
I believe the game calls him Winter Soldier because he is able to switch between a few different skins. And those skins either look like Bucky or they look like Winter Soldier. It'll be, of course, that flyer. They're just able to pick up those DPS characters, get them out of healing range, and then finish them off. It's quite an insane strategy from the FC Phantoms to be able to pick up kills from Cathedral High School.
Got it. Okay. You know, one of my favorite Marvel scenes in the movies was in that the new Avengers movie where Bucky gets introduced and I think it was the Russian character, and everybody's in that limo, and then all of a sudden Bucky shows up on the motorcycle and starts owning the government team. I thought that was really cool when he gets introduced. So I have a soft spot for Bucky. He's an awesome character.
For sure. Of course, everyone gets to play with their favorites here in Marvel Rivals. But we did see Gamora go down there from FC Phantoms, and it will be Cathedral High School trying to take their turn on this point.
Ooh, this is interesting.
Here, Ultron trying to target that healer once again from Cathedral will find it.
So yeah, little high schools, not little high schools, but high schools taking on colleges. I get a lot of questions like, do you think that's fair? You think that colleges they just step in and they just wreck and destroy on high schools, and that's not the case. It really is just about the amount of time and effort and commitment you have to your game craft. But we see high schools beating colleges all the time, which is one of the recruitment things that we look at with this tournament. We always want to look at where some of the best players are and want to go to the next tier and play more competitively in college. So a lot of action going on right now.
Yeah, Cathedral High School defending the six-man push extremely well. The flyer will back off here to potentially save some of their ultimate charge, but it will be Ultron now really picking off attacking members, and the tanks seem to just move past those ADCs and really try to focus down the healers. Even though they don't have huge damage outputs, those healers are rather frail. So that just left the ADCs to be picked off by our ADCs, and our healers on Cathedral were doing their thing. So it will be this Ultron here finding big damage once again on those ADCs. It will be those tanks you can see kind of trying to push past the front line and get damage on those healers. But seems like Phantoms will be putting up a huge fight here, trying to take out their Gamora, but the Gamora will back away, and of course the punishment for that is you're now no longer healing those tanks on your front line. FC Phantoms recovering the point here as Cathedral was only moments away from winning.
There's a lot going on right now. I noticed that Ultron, that's his ultimate. Like when he spans out, he's got like 4 of his robots with him.
Yes, he basically scales his attack damage by, I believe, 3 times there. And we saw how quickly he was able to beam down.
Oh, he knew 2 guys.
Mm-hmm. And that'll be Cathedral High School actually taking the win here against the FC Phantoms.
That's great. All right, so there you go. You got a high school team who is showing a lot of success against colleges. Again, welcome to all our colleges and competitors. Not easy to commit a Sunday to come in and play, but this is really exciting. I think the gameplay, the exposure, the opportunity to play and compete has been great for esports as it grows. So happy to have all of our competitors in the lab.
For sure. We do notice here that between rounds, it was actually a few ultimates were really preserved. We saw both Dr. Stranges actually backing away from the fights as they concluded, trying to just save up that ultimate ability and potentially use it here in this round 2 to make a game-winning play.
Talk to me about Dr. Strange's abilities. I see that he is a range dealer, right?
So, Doctor Strange has a few, yes, he is a big range attacker, but he actually has a few util abilities. For example, he has this big shield that he can project and defend against any projectiles that are coming his way from the opposing team. Does have a rather long cooldown, but we do see it being used rather effectively as we enter this engagement.
That's really cool.
He also has a bunch of other abilities that rely on portals. He has that group heal that we just saw. He's actually able to set a checkpoint and then either teleport either a teammate or an enemy to that checkpoint. And that can be used to really either weaken the crowd and just make the team fight a little bit better, or be used to take away some of those tag team abilities that we saw by sending them to just the other side of the map.
So, really, I mean, that's utility and range damage, right? Okay.
Of course, his healing isn't the strongest in the game, but sometimes it does get the job done, especially when you can see a lot of value in these team fights. Here we're watching the FC Fandoms kind of get jumped off of spawn, looking for Cathedral High School to create a big advantage here. But of course, in Marvel Rivals, some of the strategy really comes from knowing when to back away and wait for your team fights, because if you have 6 people on that point and you just feed after feed one at a time, it's not going to get you anywhere. So that's why we're seeing the FC Fandoms really back away and try to create a 6-player push. Of course, we see a lot of action on this point now.
Explain to me right now that this is our checkpoint. We're trying to occupy it. Right?
So in order to score points for your team, you need to move that bar all the way across, and then the zone is yours.
Got it. Okay.
Once the zone is yours, then you can score points.
So Cathedral's on it, and they
Yes.
basically 55%, 56%. Got it. Okay.
But the benefit of having the point longer is while the opponent contests it, you don't actually stop gaining points. It's a little slower, but while the enemy contests it, they actually have to flip the point to their side to start scoring. So
Got
it's
it.
not like they stop you right away. You can actually keep on gaining that crucial score, and Cathedral High School seems to be really leading the charge here, controlling this point extremely well. So Dr. Strange is going to try and go for that Glamora, doesn't find him, Glamora backs up. It'll now be just Dr. Strange trying to hold out, waiting for the rest of their team to come and support.
I don't know if our engineer Trance, are you in? Can we hear you too? Are you there? Yeah. Okay. I was gonna ask. I mean, from an analytical standpoint, Lindsay, what would you say Phantoms, Fullerton College needs to do to be able to take this note? I mean, we're at 99%, but what is something else that could be done?
Well, of course, now that they see Cathedral High School, their potentially best performing players, they could actually look at banning those characters in next cycle.
Okay.
Additionally, they could try and take away a lot of the potential, I know both sides were utilizing Glamora this round, but potentially they could look at banning some of the more meta characters like Glamora, like Rocket Raccoon, and making them play on a character that they're not exactly familiar with.
But when you say, I know you keep saying Gamora, but is that Mantis? I think that's Mantis.
That's Mantis?
Yeah. Mantis is the one with the little
With the headband?
no,
Okay.
she's the little like alien looking things. Gamora is all green.
It seems that we have action on our other match, though.
Ooh, bonus coverage.
Sure.
We're gonna switch over to our. What do we got here?
Here we once
Season
again
Bosco. Okay.
have CSUN and Bosco.
Season looks like they won game 1. Is that
Yes,
correct?
they
Yeah.
won game 1. And here it'll be once again that point that they're looking to capture. Bosco looking to fight back into it. It seemed they had early control of their point, but now it's looking like CSUN has their tanks well healed up. And this Hulk might go down here. Will turn into Bruce Banner, but of course Bruce Banner is nothing compared to the Hulk. Goes down rather quickly.
So a little tougher. I mean, if I'm looking at this correctly, this is a little closer match because we're at 62%, 42%. Controlling the objective, right?
Yes, but of course, that could just have been because Bosco had higher movement speed characters, took that point early.
Okay.
And of course, like I said, you had to flip that objective to your team. So even though we have both teams on the objective right here, CSUN is still making progress until they can completely clear that point.
Got it. Okay. Looks like Bosco's playing with a Moon Knight, one of our favorite characters, and a Loki. A Hulk. So, this is really a. This is our first, like I mentioned earlier in the stream. This is our first time running a rivals tournament, and so learning a lot of different things about how it's run and everything. It makes it tough to do lands when you're restricted to seating and spacing, but. Looks like there's a character here with a shark, and it looks like the shark's got a sweater. I mean, come on, talk to me a little bit about what's going on.
So this is Jeff the Land Shark, and in the community, he's known as one of the most bad manner characters in the entire game. And one of the reasons why is he's actually a healer. He has great healing. He's one of the easiest healers to play, and his ultimate ability. On some maps, it's really special because basically he swallows up everyone in a 10-foot radius.
Okay.
And he can go into the enemy line, pop up like a Diglett using Dig in Pokemon,
okay.
and then use his ultimate, swallow up the entire enemy team, and then just jump off the map.
Okay.
And while he has the entire enemy team, he gets kill credit for all of them.
Okay. I dig that. I didn't think a shark would be a healer, but yeah, I see this shark wearing a sweater, and I'm thinking, what is happening right now? I don't even know. Somebody's gonna have to educate me at some point which comic book Jeff comes out in. But
I'm not exactly sure anyone was too familiar before Marvel Rivals. I mean, I'm sure maybe there was the Jeff the Land Shark fan you'll see at a Comic-Con,
yeah.
But not exactly too familiar either. We will see a Bruce Banner kill rather quickly here from CSUN, forcing the Rocket out. Does get the kill on the flyer, and it'll be Rocket and their Loki backing up here. Of course, Loki's abilities are so fun. You actually get to have a few decoys put around the map, and whenever you activate your abilities, your decoys will also activate their abilities. So you can get triple healing, you can get triple damage on someone. It's really just about positioning those clones in a place where you can either trick people or play aggressively, but really just making sure they're effective.
Okay.
You know this character here?
This is Moon Knight.
Moon Knight?
Yep.
Okay.
But I don't know what Moon Knight does. I actually, talk to me about Hulk. Like, I can imagine he's just a giant tank, but he is, a bit of a bruiser too. He can put out a lot of damage.
So Hulk is actually Bruce Banner, and then Bruce Banner's ult charges up really quickly, and then when he uses that ult, he turns into the Hulk. Okay. And then Hulk has their own ultimate and their own set of abilities. So Bruce Banner gets this little pistol. He could go pew pew, and it's not exactly that much of a match against superheroes. But the Hulk has a whole different cast of abilities. When the Hulk can get a shield for themselves, they can fling like a little wall. It doesn't actually stop anything, but it does deal damage as it travels. And of course, they do have their smash abilities where they deal area of effect damage in quite a large radius. It will be this ADC character trying to snipe out those healers, Rocket and the Loki, but Hulk is doing their best to prevent it. But yeah, the Hulk gets a whole cast of abilities, but unfortunately, it does get drained rather quickly because it doesn't have access to that much healing. It's able to reduce incoming damage, but it really depends on support characters to be effective. We do see CSUN push Bosco back into their spawn, and that could be really big as CSUN takes this round.
I see. Okay, so I mean, this would be, I think that's a clinch, right? Because it's a best of 3, and this was the last. Okay, cool.
That'll be the series victory for CSUN, meaning they will advance in this round of pool play, dominating against St. John Bosco High School.
Ramen O's is I think this is Ice Queen. Emma Frost. Yeah.
Emma Frost.
So yeah, congrats, CSUN. Well done. You guys are. So the structure of the tournament is, again, everybody's kind of group play. Everybody's playing each other. CSUN will likely play Fullerton College soon. I don't know if that's before lunch or after when they come in and take that break. But congrats, CSUN.
All right, and we're looking here once again at Cathedral High School against the FC Phantoms. I believe they are just getting into this round.
Yes, this one would be the deciding game for Cathedral, because I think Cathedral won the first round of games. So
this is kind of that protect the payload game mode.
Yeah, talk to me about this one.
So it's kind of like
I see this red line down the middle of the field.
Yes, and that'll be the track that the device will have to travel through. On different maps, it's themed differently. I believe one of them you're defending Iron Man's mech suit as it walks through. On different maps, you're defending different objectives.
Is that the thing? Somebody's playing the thing?
Yes.
Zero Hilo? Nice.
Of course, we have Winter Soldier here, and the goal is really just to push back the enemy team while you're on that offense, so that way you can make progress with that payload. It will be, of course, there are 3 stages that you can get to, so we're watching a big team brawl here. It looks like Cathedral High School is doing a great job at keeping their tanks alive. Their ADCs, though, getting rather low. But we do see this Bucky and these Fantastic Four characters trying to make do with what they can. There will be big players going down from Fullerton College Phantoms. Cathedral High School will be able to make a lot of progress on this point.
Actually, what would be one of my recommends, maybe something we work on in our interface here in the studio, is maybe like a map that we can see where everybody. Because I just noticed that Mantis had died just a little while ago on Cathedral, and knowing that, I know that they would likely respawn back at home and then have to join the fight, and get their hustles as quickly as they can to the conflict. So it'd be kind of cool to see how far back a character who had just died is to getting to the front line. So.
Of course, and obviously it does get harder as things progress. So.
Really? Tell me about how does that...
When you're protecting this payload, your goal is to reach the next checkpoint. Otherwise, it could start to be pushed backwards by the opposing team. And once you reach one of those checkpoints, the spawn point changes. So the closer you get to that checkpoint is actually the closer you're getting to the enemy team spawn. So that means that they'll be able to respond. They'll be able to respond way quicker and potentially push you guys off that minecart as it begins to progress. But once you do hit that checkpoint, it does push back the enemy team spawn, and the cycle continues once again.
So what happens when this payload gets taken by the defending team and they win?
So they do get the chance to push the payload back, but it does happen rather slowly. Obviously, you'll notice it happens way quicker than when the offense gets it. And the movement speed is based on whether or not it's being contested. Unlike the last game mode, the minecart does not, or the payload does not progress when it's being contested. And when you have more teammates surrounding that payload, it will actually move faster. So you can see those 2 versus 3 arrows. It does move noticeably quicker. And of course, when you're watching the actual payload itself begin to move, it's way more obvious. As the opposing team begins to try and flip that payload, all they have to do is defend it using enough time before that checkpoint, and they could potentially put a hard stop here in the attacking team's tracks.
In this format of points and winning, will Cathedral get a chance to swap sides and they're now either defending or pushing the payload?
Yes, so in this game mode, it will be a constant flip-flop between the two, and I believe there's actually a tiebreaker game mode where the payload kind of starts in the middle and you have to push it back and forth to you have to basically push into the other team spawn in that tiebreaker game mode. But we will see here Cathedral High School reaches the first checkpoint, And as they wipe out the enemy team here, we'll see that they do spawn at the next checkpoint that they have to reach to secure the round.
You know, it's been a while since I played World of Warcraft, but there was a battleground where it was really great. I think the mine carts were spawning, and then you kind of got to stay near the mine cart as it gets pushed to your node, and if it gets there, then you get points. If the other team gets around the node, then they can force it in another direction. So, yeah, I'm happy to see that a lot of our maps are not just go at it 10v10 or 5v5 or we definitely have some objective games. I think those are some of the most fun. Assault, maybe defend, area control. Those are some of the various map types. So any parents watching are kind of still trying to understand how these competitions work. It's not necessarily just go at them, go shoot them, go force them to respawn. This is a little bit more strategic. There's a lot of different things that come into play, and characters that players are going to have to be proficient in to make sure those objectives happen for them. So some characters benefit from them a little bit more. Real quick, we got Wolverine in this, all right? Not in this game, but this particular game title has Wolverine. I haven't seen Wolverine played in any of the characters. Would you say that he's not really part of those metas? He's not one of those characters that people pick up a lot?
Yeah, unfortunately, Wolverine's synergy, the teammates that are required to actually pull it off, are relatively off meta. Wolverine itself is actually a solid character, but unfortunately it doesn't really work well with a lot of different team comps, and it's so much opportunity cost because you could be dealing more damage as a tank, or you could be dealing way more you have way more attack speed as Ultron, for example. So
Ultron is wrecking right
ultimate.
now. That's 2 kills.
And unfortunately, Wolverine just doesn't have the strength to keep up when there are so many better characters.
Okay, yeah. All right, so right now we're looking at Cathedral is up. Looks like they're probably going to wrap on this one. It's got about a minute 50.
It seems like... I believe that is actually how long they have to actually secure the payload.
To push the payload? Okay.
And of course, as it reaches the end game here, there's one last chance for the Fulton College Phantoms to make a stand, make that showing. Of course, their respawn timers really digging in here. We saw Mantis go down from Cathedral High School. That does mean that they'll have to back off the point, and most of their frontliners did fall. There's also a situation where potentially their healer goes down and they just push as far as they can until they all respawn, because now they're all grouped up together once again. And it'll be up to this Doctor Strange to place that portal that we were talking about.
Oh,
and now
nice.
we can see this crazy util go through to get right back onto this payload.
Yeah, cue the end game music as the portals open up and the team comes through. That was pretty cool. I like that. Well done.
Of course, it's strategies like those that'll allow Cathedral High School to really succeed in this tournament. One last push should send this payload right to the end, and that will be the round probably for Cathedral High School.
Yeah, it looks like Fulton College. This is their first LAN event, as it is for CSUN. So we got a lot of new teams out here. Bosco's first LAN event for Rivals, so it's really exciting and really competitive. So this is great. I think round 1 across the board in Group A is going to wrap here. We should probably take a little bit of a break and then come on back, right?
No, so we actually have to see. This is still game 2 of.
Okay.
So we're headed into round 2 of this push a payload matchup, and how the scoring actually works is, even though yes, Cathedral High School did push it all the way through, and they did it with 14 seconds left on the clock, it'll actually be compared to the Fulton College Phantoms' offense.
Okay. Okay. So.
And whoever did a better job will win the game.
Got it. Okay. So they have so much time basically to improve on the opponent's time, and if they can do that, then they'll get the point on this one. Otherwise, it'll go to Cathedral, right?
Yes, of course. And we did see, you can actually see that Cathedral hit all 3 checkpoints, and they did it with 24 seconds left on the clock. So if the Phantoms can do it faster than that, then they will actually take game 2. But of course, the Cathedral High School will not be one to let it happen so easily.
Oh, is this Blade? Somebody's playing Blade. Daylight.
Daylight.
From Phantoms is playing Blade. That's it. I'm looking forward to seeing Blade in the new MCU. So Emma Frost again. Let's see. Is that on Little That looks like. Is that Rogue?
Black?
I see the gray hair. I'm assuming probably Rogue.
Is his character Black Widow?
And this is Black Widow. Yep.
Like we said, these characters with weapons. So some of these energy weapons are actually incapable of getting headshots, but the conventional weapons like Black Widow and we'll see Winter Soldier's gun weapons are actually able to deal headshot damage, and that headshot damage can be rather detrimental to these flyers or to these ADCs. But these tanks can take it relatively well because of the lack of a rate of
Okay. They're better at mitigating damage.
And of course, they have a way larger health pool. We'll see. Trying to contest this flyer here from the FC Phantoms. Not able to kill the Ultron here, forced to come down and support. Now, when I say conventional weapons, one of the coolest characters I've seen is actually Hawkeye. And you wouldn't think an arrow would be able to deal a lot of damage to superheroes, but in reality, you can get 3 shots on these ADCs with Hawkeye because of how high risk, high reward that bow and arrow is.
I don't know if anybody's seen that SNL skit about Hawkeye. They're making fun of how he can run out of arrows in this final battle in New York, and he's like, I'm out of arrows. I can't do anything. Yeah, I would definitely check that video out. That was a lot of fun.
Oh, for sure. But of course.
It is Rogue, and Rogue being able to transform into Phoenix. That was a great X-Men storyline. I love that.
We will see this Doctor Strange here once again on the front line, really taking advantage of their shield here, while these other projectile characters, Ultron actually gets sent to the ground.
Great stun.
Yes, Ultron getting sent to the ground there. This Emma Frost ult will pick up a kill. Of course, there are some characters who do have the ability to res during that respawn timer.
Okay.
But those abilities are only usable like once per minute, and they're not an ultimate ability, and it's rather inefficient to depend on, but sometimes it could be the difference maker if used correctly.
Okay.
It'll be Doctor Strange here trying to create any advantage they can. Time dwindling down for the Phantoms, as they haven't even been able to get this payload off the ground. Of course, with the payload, they can actually clear the objective completely. So once you're trying to get this, the first step to actually beginning to go down the track is actually securing this payload.
Got it. Okay. Look, I mean, Cathedral's doing a solid job right now. They look most dominant. I just realized right now as I was talking about Rogue and turning into Phoenix, that's Jean Grey. Jean Grey does that. Sorry, that's my bad. I don't know what I was thinking.
Ultron ult coming in here for Cathedral will pick up great kills on this backline, completely taking out their healers, leaving their tanks defenseless.
Yeah, if I'm gonna play this game, I'm gonna play as Ultron. I've seen him just wreck people. But then again, Plim Plum from Cathedral, obviously his talent, his ability to be able to do that is pretty dominant.
So you've seen Ultron's ultimate ability. What do you think Iron Man's ultimate ability is?
I think it's probably that supercharged thing, maybe an AoE where he kind of blows up a bunch of people all around him, or
that's actually spot on. He actually gets this, yeah. He gets this ability where he shoots it, and whenever it lands, it blows up in about a 15-foot radius, and it immediately kills anyone in that area.
Oh, okay. So it's a large like AoE explosion.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's really meant to disassemble those comps that are meant to those close range healers, as well as those tanks that'll fight together. It's really just meant to blow a hole through that composition.
Okay. Who do you think, in your opinion, like, who pairs well with Iron Man?
Probably.
I don't know if you know. I mean, That's kind of
Yeah, so Iron Man actually pairs well with a second flyer because Iron Man is a very high risk, high reward character. So any one of the other flyer characters can be really helpful in just trying to get pressure off of that Iron Man.
Got it.
Because Iron Man, ironically, even though he's the Man of Steel and all that, he is rather frail compared to some of these other heroes. And because he's a flyer, he needs to have that huge disadvantage. So he only has about 200 HP compared to we see Emma Frost and these other heroes having 250, 300. So he's one of the most frail characters in the game, but he's able to put out big damage.
got it. Okay.
It will
Bing.
be.
Okay. So 3-1.
Yes, that is because there are 3 objectives potentially to take. The first objective is getting that payload to start moving, and it seems that's exactly what the Fullerton College Phantoms were able to do. And that second point will be earned by reaching that first checkpoint, and that third point is earned by reaching that end game checkpoint.
Okay.
So, however, because Cathedral High School reached all the way to the end, it is up to Phantoms to respond, with the tiebreaker being the amount of time taken to do so. It'll be Cathedral getting ready to flank the
Here we go.
flank the Phantoms here. Oh wow!
I think we kind of expected that. Yeah, and there you go. That's the benefit of having a Doctor Strange on your team that can drop the entire squad, right above you.
We did see a big suppression here from Cathedral. Blocking those abilities and limiting only to your main attack is quite detrimental for some of these characters that rely on it. It's time to windows down for the Phantoms. It'll be Cathedral actually trying to take control at this point and push them back, limiting the score to maybe a 3-1 game. Bucky is trying to put in work, tries to get the kill on the flyer, but the flyer is healed right away.
What do you know of the Thing's abilities? I don't know if you're familiar with how he put. Oh my gosh, here's Ultron again. Flim Plum just wrecking people.
Ultron ult kind of just burned in order to secure this endgame here. Doesn't even pick up that much value, but it will be enough to push the Phantoms off the point completely. And that'll be Cathedral High School taking the game.
Well done, well done. Okay, so now that both teams have kind of had that opportunity, this is the wrap for Group A. Okay, so congrats on CSUN over Bosco in round 1, and Cathedral over Fullerton College for round 1 as well. We will be back with some coverage as we get ready for our next set of matches. Anything to add?
No, it's been an awesome first round, and I'm looking forward to seeing how Group A plays out this morning.
Yep. Okay, we'll see you in a bit. Thanks.
Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is MSS.
And I am Walter from Cathedral High School.
I'm also from Cathedral High School, and we are guest commentators.
Fullerton banning. Yeah. CSUN banning Bookie. Fullerton running 2-2-2 to support 2 DPS, 2 tank. They shield. CSUN shields Venom. Fullerton shields Hella.
Fullerton banning Emma.
Which
CSUN banning Namor.
is weird for them to ban Emma when one of their players is and has chosen Emma.
Very strange indeed.
Save Magic. Save
Loki.
Loki.
Okay. Now for their final ban, Luna Snow.
Luna Snow.
Now CSUN is
Another.
banned Mantis.
Pick your hero.
Fullerton banning 2 of their own. Both teams running 2-2-2.
My time to shine. Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
So, like, what are you? Shouldn't you be on a leash? Did y'all know you're here?
When due to heal, I will choose Asgard's future.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is area. Got it?
Should I give them until the count of away?
The enemy approaches.
Invisible?
Feeling good. Yours to pass now.
Okay, we got Spider-Man in the backline.
Fullerton already with 3 players down. CSUN not having died once. There's Spider-Man. Venom targeting their Black Panther. Can he? No, Black Panther
He
gets
got
away,
away with
but
it.
Venom chases and gets the kill. You see Loki and Strange with Thing and
Loki and Invis healing together.
back. There's that Psylocke. Psylocke comes in.
A little help, please.
Venom tries to come in, trying to take both healers.
Venom dives solo. Still doesn't die. There's Spider-Man.
Loki gets
Season's
the kill.
Spider-Man dead. Jeff ult. On point. Magneto. Trying to get their Loki. Sets up more clones.
Most of CS.
Being triple team. On point. Loses it. See some looking to take
They
the lead.
portal?
Oh, portal by Doctor Strange.
Jeff gets the kill on Invis.
Spider-Man out. Strange and Thing left. Strange dead.
And Dagger ulted. Mag ulting?
Magneto
Seeing if he
ults.
could get him.
Misses.
He misses. Now seeing Spider-Man after Loki. He gets the kill. Invis ults.
Bubble. Fullerton
Spider-Man
takes point.
Spider-Man gets the pull off. The Thing kills Magneto. I suppose they're trying to group up.
Panther trying to get Magic and Venom. Magneto gets one.
Might get
Get
another.
another? No, but they do get the kill.
Ooh, Mag blocks Doctor Strange's ult, and he gets the kill on the Thing.
And can they take point here?
I think they can.
Will they? They.
Keep fighting until we have.
Yes, they will. So yeah, first point, CSUN against Fullerton. Pretty good game from their Magneto so far.
Looking pretty good for them.
We see Magic has her ult, Spider-Man has his ult, Psylocke has her ult on Fullerton.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
No one else pretty close besides Thing with 82. Oh, and
Black Panther swap to Mr. Fantastic.
other swaps we might see coming into this.
The battle's 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
That's what I've experienced.
Magic using her abilities to get in front. We see CSUN holding back Fullerton pretty well here.
Magic trying to get Loki. She gets Loki.
Did she get in
She
this?
also
does.
she got both healers.
She has both her supports. Thing.
Both tanks down. It's just the DPS.
Panther is gone.
Go have fun.
Season doing a great job holding Fullerton back. Magneto holding them back. He's doing a great job making sure their team doesn't get past them.
Psylocke up front. trying to-
Psylocke trying to take Magneto, fails, has to fall back. Being on point, fighting with Magneto.
Strange ulted.
Strange ult blocked, I believe, or killed before it could go off.
Spider-Man trying to get one of them. But Venom kills Mr. Fantastic.
There's Loki.
You see Spider-Man on Loki.
Season.
Oh, I think they were trying to portal.
And Season playing aggressive.
Yeah, they're trying to portal. And it worked out.
They get the portal off. And they get the Spider-Man. Venom goes through their portal.
They all go in the portal.
I gotta be better this time.
Popping 3 ults at once.
Spider-Man trying to get the pull off. It did
Spider-Man
not
almost
work.
flying off the map. Strange is down. Thing almost down. They
I
almost
think
get
they
a
win
clean
this. Yeah, they
team
win
swipe.
this. There's no way. See Spider-Man on Loki.
Spider-Man on Loki and Venom, and they get the win. Fullerton not even getting 1% on the objective. Here we are switching over to Cathedral and Bosco.
Anyone willing to help?
Cathedral taking point. Captain America trying to
Trying to capture the point.
going
You see that
straight
cathedral.
to the point.
You see that cathedral has a point.
Ultron.
This could be very good for them, or they might
Miss Parker.
get a turn on them.
Ultron easily seeing where Jean Grey is.
Jean Grey trying to tap a bit of them.
Rushes in. Magic gets her. Can she? Magic ult immediately dies. See Jean Grey and Bosco, Ultron have their ults.
Cloak and Dagger doing really good with the heals.
Bosco's Ultron uses his ult, dies.
Rocket ults. And Magneto gets the kill on Cloak and Dagger.
Magneto almost getting the kill for
They got
Cap.
big kills on Loki, Iron Man, and Cap just now.
Seeming like an easy game for Cathedral versus Bosco.
My time to shine.
They get to the point before
Mag
time
is
runs out.
ulting,
That's point.
and that is game for their round.
And that is game. So game 1 goes to Cathedral. So their Ultron on Cathedral side gets MVP first game. Pretty good game all around for Cathedral. Bosco looking to struggle. Great game for Cathedral's Ultron. 23, 1 and 14.
That must have been a really quick game because it was only 5 minutes long.
Ultron, who's normally a support, we see
23 kills. It's very impressive.
very aggressive too.
Having a short break just now, so
And we are back with the second game in Cathedral versus Bosco. The ban. Let me see.
They banned Spider-Man and Hella. I meant Angela. Whoopsies.
Cathedral banning Angela. Yeah. And they banned Penny Parker. Bosco.
Now we're waiting on Cathedral's ban. Let's see who they
Cathedral.
ban next.
They
They
banned
banned
Luna
Luna
Snow.
Hmm.
Interesting. Now, who does... And they protect Magneto. Who will Bosco protect?
They protected Bucky. Now for their final ban,
They ban
Emma. And Cathedral banned Phoenix. Okay.
and we see them in chat saying they
The rough
hate
heroes
playing
can make
tank.
all the difference.
How professional that is, but especially in front of the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think this might be a little struggle for them, but we'll see.
So we see
Cathedral's
lineup
with the
stays
triple
unchanged.
support. And Bosco Tech is with 3 DPS.
Just Bosco. Bosco having to make some big changes to their lineup as opposed from last game. Cathedral staying with their complete lineup.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I would be curious to see the data you've gathered on the time stream entanglement.
So first game on defense will be Cathedral. You see Ultron, who's been having a amazing day. Ahead.
The battle starts in 5.
Rocket setting up a respawn point.
On the roof. I've never seen that one before. And the game starts. You see Ultron in the front line. Trying to get a few hits. Magic trying to join in too.
Keep Doctor Strange right around the corner.
Anyone willing to help?
We see Invis going front line.
All in against.
Pushes in the Hulk. Very interesting.
We see the tanks moving up to support Invisible.
Sadly does not heal Magic, but that's okay. That's okay. Going front line again after the Human Torch.
Slow turns. They can.
And Rocket kills Invis. Okay.
Now we're back with Ultron. Cathedral. Staying a bit more back. As opposed to his normal forward approach.
As we're seeing right now, we're seeing Rocket do his thing. Just sit and heal.
And
Oh, and Black Panther after
Panther
Rocket.
flanks them.
He's still after him. And
Rocket
he
Raccoon and
dies.
gets him.
Doctor Strange with his ult. After Bruce Banner.
Goes after Bruce Banner,
Fant-
gets him.
Mr. Fantastic ults
Mr.
and
Fantastic.
Magic kills him. Invis going frontline. No, I guess not. Black Panther trying to
Black
trying to
Panther's
dive in.
Trying to climb. Can't.
Rocket on the roof.
Get back on the roof.
Trying to
Trying
get
to heal
those
from
little
far
pocket
away.
heals. Places down the respawn. Invis ults.
His ult. Mr.
Rocket.
Fantastic. And the whole teaming up. Fantastic again. There's way to go.
See
Black
Black
Panther
Panther,
going around.
trying to dive in on the back line.
And you've got to wonder what he's targeting because he didn't go for the Magneto.
And yet Magneto kills Black Panther.
You see Rocket Raccoon.
Trying to get in the front line, but it dies. You see Magic killing Bruce Banner again.
Black Panther stays
Still trying
going
to dive.
around.
He uses the team up.
And they switch to Jeff. Bosco.
You see Magic trying to hits on them, diving in. Kills
Magic
Jeff.
gets the Jeff.
Well,
Get
Doctor
anything more?
Strange with the 3 kills.
Get
I think that's
double.
a team
Can
wipe
he get a
there.
triple? No, stays with the double, but they do get the kill. And Jeek's hiding. Goes behind them.
Doctor Strange gets the kill.
Doctor Strange.
He is diving in on that team.
Doctor Strange and Magic pushing up. Strange pushing.
Trying to get a few hits on the support. They're in overtime.
Push back. Invis ult, Jeff ult, and Magneto ult.
Gets the kill on Jeff
Gets
right
the
there.
kill.
They get all of them.
And Cathedral just
Cathedral, they're
lightning
just popping
floor
off.
against Bosco, who couldn't even get that far away from their base. No points this
Time to
round.
switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this.
Lineups. Will Cathedral make any changes?
I think Bosco is making a few changes.
Bosco making a few changes. Being Iron Man and Ultron now with another Doctor Strange. Possible Cloak and Dagger and
they-
Moon Knight.
And Bosco keeps the triple DPS.
Before you attack, get ready.
Now it's just to see if Cathedral is just as good as on offense as they are on defense.
I am too world weary to engage hypotheticals, Ilyana. The battle before us is enough.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You see, Bosco's
Doctor
defense
Strange
spread.
trying to trap.
Bosco's
It
defense
suddenly
is
did not
spread
work.
all over. Very
This
different
might
from
be this might
Cathedral,
be very
who
interesting.
had one central push on defense. Magic front lines, trying to get two.
Trying to get the
Cloak and
support.
Dagger gets her.
While Ultron on Cathedral's team is popping off.
And they get the team. Already starting off like a better game for Cathedral than Bosco.
We see them get the win.
Final
And
score.
that's it.
1, 2,
That
0.
is game.
That is round 2 complete. And I believe that's game. Yep. Final score 1-0. Cathedral beats Bosco.
Ultron. with the
Ultron MVP once again. Here we are, CSUN versus Fullerton.
Seconds before you attack. Ready?
CSUN attacking, Fullerton on defense.
Let us so-called heroes what mutant kind is truly capable.
We've done this dance.
You see both teams going 2, 2, and 2.
I suppose you'd rather just buy a victory.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ah, here they are now.
Some technical difficulties going on right now. We are
And
back.
Frost and Magneto up in front to tank. CSUN.
Fullerton's Emma doing a good job in the front line.
3.5 minutes. That's all they need.
You're gonna-
Will they be able to get it?
They got their point halfway through.
Already halfway to the point that they need to
This
get.
seems pretty interesting.
Will we see 2 2-0 sweeps back to back? Spider-Man
You see
Poking.
Emma going for... Who is that? Oh,
and
I
CSUN
guess
gets
that
the
is-
point.
1, 2, 0.
suppose that's game.
Believe that's game.
I think so, yeah.
Yep.
Final score
Another-
is also 1-0.
Another 2-0.
We see Spider-Man get the MVP. And we get CSUN get the win.
CSUN. Great game from their Spider-Man going unkillable and their Magneto. Not a great game for Fullerton. 3 players with 4 kills and 3 with 2. Not a single player with more than 10,000 damage.
Okay, so we are gonna have a break just now. So we will be right back.
Okay, and we are back with the final for Group A. Cathedral High School versus CSUN. Both teams 2-0 heading into this. Winner will take their group and go to group finals. Right now we're in the bands. And CSUN carefully looking at Cathedral's lineup, knowing to ban Ultron. Cathedral protecting next. CSUN just protecting Venom. And they protect Doctor Strange, who has been doing good for Cathedral. And they banned Luna Snow. And CSUN bans Mantis.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
So, let's see these lineups. Cathedral with Loki, Doctor Strange, Magic, Cloak and Dagger, Magneto, and Rocket Raccoon. CSUN with Spider-Man, another Cloak and Dagger, Magneto, Rocket Raccoon, Daredevil, and Venom. Heading into this game, the stakes could not be higher. Both teams fighting to get to the grand finals. Both teams 2-0, sweeping their last two games. So, coming into this game,
Boys, face. Well, friendly-ish. You okay, pal?
here with the Loki, who was the Ultron in the last games for Cathedral.
Starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
We'll see how this game goes.
All you need to do
They
is capture
start.
the mission area. Got it?
The Loki not moving.
Even so, it have a couple of weapons.
They pause the match. Pause for 40 seconds. Still unsure of why. Been paused for a minute now. The last game. So there were some audio issues, but I believe they've been fixed now. So we will be going back into this game.
You are restored.
It's either Venom trying to take on Rocket Raccoon, Loki, and someone else. You see Loki and Rocket Raccoon, both their supports on each other. Point. You see CSUN's Magneto fighting off Cathedral on point. Magneto fighting them off successfully. on the other, now on Cathedral's Magneto. Loki trying to get it up. Can't. You see Doctor Strange on Venom. I'm being joined by another commentator.
Right. All right, hi there. My name's Ben. I'm the coach at Norwalk High School, and I'm here right in the middle of this thing. So I'm doing play-by-play, right?
Whatever you want.
Yes, sir. All right, Rocket. Putting in the work. The beacon's out there. Trying to keep the team alive. Yeah, pushing Cathedral off the point. Cal State, is this Northridge? CSUN? Pretty sure that's Northridge. CSUN making their way, pushing Cathedral off the point here. So it's a good ult situation right now for CSUN. Venom ult online, Cloak and Dagger ult online, and the Magneto ult online. Cathedral's got some ults too. And one of them being the Cloak and Dagger ult. This Magneto is a crucial pick when we're playing into these supports like Invis and CD. You need that Magneto ult to cancel at least one of them out. So I'm interested to see how Cathedral's going to play around that. Magic going up in the air, trying to catch the Spider-Man. Not going to pick him, though. That makes sense. Hard to catch Spider-Man.
And this being an important game for both teams, seeing as they're both 2-0, trying to take the group title.
Oh, so this is a crucial match. This is a very crucial match.
They both swept the last two games. 1-2-0. They're both tied on record. It's down to this game to see who goes to grand final.
Is going to catch out that CD. Agamotto pops. Not going to catch anybody, though. Not a lot of value. Star-Lord trying to get some spread damage here. Not going to get any picks. Crazy fight going on here. We have Darkchild online, but it looks like he doesn't want to pop it. Yes, Cal State Northridge is already down. 2 players. Yeah, so the Darkchild isn't really needed. Venom just trying to... Oh, does not get out.
Cathedral's Plimplom switching from Loki to a Star-Lord.
Yeah, interesting play here. That Star-Lord's really powerful right now, especially if you team him up with the Rocket, but it looks like they're deciding not to do that. Spider-Man is a really interesting pick here for Northridge, or for CSUN. He just doesn't get a lot done on Clintar. But maybe this is like, you know, your top 500 cracked Spider-Man. Venom in here, trying to man mode in the front line. Agamotto going to get a little stun here. There's some picks. The Res Beacon is putting in some work, though. Cathedral down 5. Yeah, and now we're in overtime. I don't think they can get back in time. There's not enough time to portal this.
No. That's match 1 to CSUN.
Good deal here. Strong start here for CSUN. So going to Celestial Hand, this is the part of the map where there's like the raised platform in the middle, and there's like the sliding platforms that get you onto that top area. I'm interested to see if we see some swaps here.
And there's one on Cathedral. Miss S switches to a Invis woman.
Invis, yeah, Invis is a really powerful support pick right now. Her shield is just really good. Her push alone bodies a lot of ults. If you are a Doctor Strange walking up to Invis and you start doing the ult, she pushes you away and you get no value. Same for like Scarlet Witch. Those are the two that come to mind right away. The beacon is out. Who'd they give the jump pack to? Didn't catch who they got the jump pack to. Maybe there's not anybody on this team that necessarily needs the jump pack, so not a big deal. They're not playing any like Wolverine, Cheese.
And another pause.
Ooh. Okay.
And they're back.
Looks like we're back in. Okay.
Spider-Man with his ult.
Yeah, so this Spider-Man, yeah, he's gonna look to be a little sneaky here. Yeah, climbing up as high as he can. And let's see if he can find anybody. Yeah, I don't think... Oh, there he goes! And look at that mag bubble. Mag knew exactly what was going to happen. He's trying to pick on this Invis right here, but he's not...
Oh, maybe.
No. See, that's what I was going to say. Spider-Man doesn't do a lot of damage right now. He can't really solo supports. So, you know, if the team turns around, Spider-Man isn't all that fantastic. Venom diving in, The click. Oh, but the bubble's in. He wanted to ult that, but with the mag bubble, like, Venom just can't go in. Venom's ult is arguably the most powerful offensive ult in the game right now. He really wanted that pick, but wasn't going to find any value while Mag was watching.
And Cathedral holding off CSUN better than they did last match.
Yeah, they're putting up much more of a fight. Nobody's capped the point yet. Venom ult goes off, so Starlight had to back up a little bit, but with the strange shield, everything's okay. Venom trying to get deep in. Ooh, he's got the blue Venom skin. This kid was in beta. I'm jealous. I don't have that blue Venom skin. Yeah, so it looks like Cathedral getting pushed off the point. This Venom being a nuisance in the backline is going to grab the magic here, and that's going to let CSUN capture.
I wonder if that'll change how Cathedral plays this game.
I agree.
If they'll want to play more aggressive or if they'll stay, how they played.
Yeah, if they stay the same, it'll be interesting to see. I definitely think as long as CSUN is playing Spider-Man, Cathedral really just needs to play patient. They need to wait for Spider-Man to come in, get the pick. They need to wait for Venom to come in, get the pick, and then the fight is won. But the Venom and the Spider-Man, arguably the most elusive characters in the game. Maybe Spider-Man more than Venom. He's going in, and see, that's what I was talking about. You Eye of Agamotto, Invisible Woman pushes, and you get absolutely no value. Rocket still dropped the ult. I don't think he needed to do that, but hey, you do what you got to do to make sure your team doesn't go down.
And Spider-Man and Venom being both crucial parts of all of CSUN's games.
Yeah, something fun to talk about before a second game starts is how are their bans going to change into the next game. I would bet that we will either see a Spider-Man or more likely a Venom ban game 2 from Cathedral.
And if possible, maybe both.
Yeah, maybe. Was Neymar banned this game?
I believe so.
Yeah, I bet it was, because that would have been. That's kind of what Cathedral needs right now. They need a Namor, or maybe they need like a Hela or Phoenix that can play more back and get out of fights. Phalanx down. See, that's how Cathedral needs to play. They need to play patient. Wait to pick that Spider-Man. Speaking of which, though, Emma Frost is another great pick here for Cathedral. You see how he grabbed the Daredevil right there, but it wasn't quite enough. Darkchild popped when there's only 3 left on Cathedral. Not much work is going to get done by this Darkchild, and yep, there goes Magic. 92%. There's time for a portal, I think.
Maybe.
I think Strange was up in time to portal, but we'll see.
And they get 1 on.
Okay, yeah, we're in overtime then. And it's worth it. Mag on point with the bubble.
But it'll run out.
Yeah, Parrot Man.
Whoa.
Come on, they gotta fight hard.
Team.
Yeah, Jeff will... No, that wasn't Jeff.
Not in
my
time.
bad. But yeah, not in time. CSUN gonna take that game number 1. And I think it's worth saying this is not an insurmountable lead by CSUN. Cathedral's got to lock in and bring it back. I think game 1 against any team that you've never played before is tough. You don't necessarily know what to ban and what to protect. So I think the next game, we're going to see a more focused strategy from Cathedral. They know what they want to keep now. Or maybe we see CSUN come out with a, some sleeper pick, some surprise pick that Cathedral wasn't seeing. Great job to Parrot Man on that MVP. A lot of damage there. But you see, Venom was right behind him. Venom and Strange, for that matter, Crisis on that Strange. They output so much damage right now. They are so valuable in the tank slot. We see they actually protected Spider-Man and Venom. They knew exactly what they wanted. Interesting that they banned Mantis but protected Venom. That is a interesting play, but I'm sure they had their reasons.
And a very different game for Cathedral, seeing as Plimplom, who was playing as Loki, then switched to Star-Lord, has been playing Ultron this whole tournament. So CSUN knew to ban his Ultron.
Ultron's a really strong pick. 3 support, arguably the strongest lineup in the game right now. The strongest way to play, and Ultron is number 1, taking advantage of that. Although his healing is a lot worse than it was in season 4.
Yeah,
but still works clearly.
And his playstyle was very aggressive. He wasn't doing that much healing. Instead, he was acting as a DPS. Playing poke and all that.
All that good stuff. So it looks like we're gonna go. Okay, so loser picks. So we're gonna see Cathedral pick a map. Do we know? Are they gonna pick? Is it a convoy or a convergence? Do we know?
Don't know.
I'm gonna assume it's a convoy, but I guess we'll see it. So I won't speculate on maps too much. It'll be interesting to see what Cathedral picks going up next, though.
They are going into this with an advantage now. They know what's a ban. They know what they can play, and they get to choose map.
That is so crucial. That is absolutely crucial in these matches. So yeah, I'm curious to see if they try to ban that Ultron again. Maybe they let Ultron through this time. Ultron is not a bad pick to deal with like Spider-Man and Venom, but I don't know. Maybe who's it? Phalanx on the Spider-Man. Maybe Phalanx knows what to do about Ultron. Who knows? I'll be interested. Yeah, I'm mostly interested to see how Cathedral improves their game. I'm also interested to see if Mag gets banned by
CSUN.
By CSUN, yeah, because there were a few times where the Spider-Man and the Venom went in and a bubble saved a support.
Yeah.
And that's really frustrating. But on the opposite side of that coin, you want a Venom who can ult into a cloak and dagger ult, who can ult into an invis. Very curious to see how these bans are going to shake out.
Yeah. Also seeing how they'll play differently.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. We're going to see a ton of adjustment here. We're going to see an absolute boatload of adjustment right here.
And Cathedral needs this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is absolutely deciding. The winner of this will move on to grand finals.
Unless Cathedral wins, and then they'll go to game 3.
Right. Yeah. So to clarify, CSUN wins, they're moving on to play out to the final game. Cathedral wins, we go to a game 3 to decide who goes to that grand final. So Cathedral, potentially their last game. CSUN certainly feeling good right now. I'm excited to see what these band picks are. Spider-Man is not something we see very often in these like really competitive maps. I'm sure Phalanx was stoked to play some Spider-Man. You love to see it. I'm sure he's crying that the Spider-Man Venom team up is gone. Spider-Man was so good with that Venom team up. I'm a Venom player myself. I'm very interested to see if that team up will ever come back. I bet if it does, Spider-Man will be nerfed in a lot of different ways. The current team up Spider-Man has with Human Torch is like really, really bad. I've heard it argued to be the worst team up in the game right now. I'm not a Spider-Man player, so I can't speak to that too much. But it is what it is.
We are going into the game. Loser picks.
So Cathedral gets the map pick. So they get to pick anything. So I'm interested to see what they feel comfortable with. What they pick will say a lot about what kind of strategy they're about to play.
And it looks like he's picking Birin T'Challa.
Yeah, intro. Okay, that's fine. I think that's a safer map for a lot of teams. There's not many surprises on that map. There's not a lot of inherent cheese to that map. So maybe that's just a simple, nice pick.
And Cathedral's dominated on this map so far. Every time they've picked it, they just seem to sweep the floor.
Gotcha, they're putting in work on this map. So let's see what Cathedral's got cooking here. Round 2, CSUN trying to make it to the grand finals. Cathedral trying to stay in it so they can be the ones in that playoff or that grand final slot.
We select heroes.
There we go. So we see the hovers. Both teams want to play Mag. I'll be very interested to see if one of these teams protects Mag.
And Cathedral bans Daredevil.
All right. Daredevil, the newest character to the game. Pretty good.
And they ban Ultron.
Yeah, ban Ultron again.
Cathedral's Ultron who was doing a great until this moment.
There's the Spider-Man protect, like we said.
Yeah.
And what's the protect Bucky? I like that. I like that a lot. Because if the Bucky's good, he will be watching for the Spider-Man to come in, and then he can pull him in, uppercut, hit him with a little stun. I wouldn't mind seeing a Phoenix or a Hela or a Punisher to deal with that instead, but hey, and there's the
And then
Venom ban.
the
Yeah,
Venom ban.
they were not going to let that Venom through. That's smart play. That Venom ult right now, so powerful. Venom just doesn't die. We see a Mantis ban. Okay. Mantis, another character that really thrives on that 3 support lineup.
And that is a self-ban. Season's own player is a Mantis.
Oh yeah, he's hovering Mantis. Oh man. And then Cancer Sun is hovering Black Widow.
But they protect Luna. So
interesting.
I wonder what if there's like a communication error with Season right now, or what's happening.
On the other side, we see a Rocket protect. Rocket, also a really strong support. Honestly, most of the supports in this game are in a really good spot right now. Rocket was not terribly good before Season 4, but now he is just absolutely great. He's got great team-ups. The BRB is a crazy good piece of utility. He's very mobile. And now that his ult heals and does a lot of damage, or boosts a lot of damage, he's just really strong.
And they've banned Emma Frost.
I think that's good. They don't want Emma to grab Spider-Man. Makes sense. Oh, look at this. Cathedral's going to run a Penny on Domination. So Penny classically is good on defending Convoy and Convergence maps. On Domination or at the beginning of Convergence, it is really hard to hide the Penny Mines, or to hide the Penny Nest. Because everybody's always on the same point. It's not that hard for the enemy team to just walk around and find the Penny Mines and hit them. But on the other hand, CSUN was running Spider-Man, they were running Daredevil, and from what we're seeing right here, they're running Cap, Wolf, Spider-Man. Like, maybe Penny Mines will be pretty effective because they're going to be relying on Rocket to find the nest, and they're going to be relying on Luna Snow and Mag to find it. But Mag needs to be up front and holding up the shield. Luna needs to be clicking on her teammates to heal them, really leaving the Rocket to be the one to try to find the nest. I'm very interested to see what happens. Also, let's see if they give Parrotman the jump pack. Oh, there's the jump pack. Are they giving it? Are they giving it to Parrotman? Parrotman gets the jump pack? Interesting. I wonder, he might have already had it. I don't know. There's a very cheesy strat you can do with Wolverine and the jump pack. He claws somebody, he activates the jump pack, so he's got them trapped for like a good 3 seconds, and everybody looks at the wolf and just kills whoever he's clawed. We'll see if that's what Parrotman's up to.
And both teams running 2, 2, and 2. 2 tanks, 2 support, and 2 DPS.
All right, mines are up already, and that's good because they see this cap. There it is. That's the jump pack cheese. But it wasn't enough. Okay, it was enough. Just kidding. Res Beacon is up though. Yeah, not too bad. Phalanx waiting to find something. Not going to find anything yet. Rocket just going to throw out the bubbles, and we are fighting on point. Cap is being a nuisance. Spider Mines are down, and there are 2 nests because of the Rocket team up.
And Cathedral just pushing as one.
Yeah, they're all fighting on point here. Nobody's going down yet, although this magic is... Oh, their Phalanx went down. Phalanx went down. But you see what I said about the nest? The Penny put down 2 nests, and they died within 5 seconds. Penny is a very questionable pick on a domination map. Hey, maybe it's a good... maybe that's Crysis's like comfort pick, and it makes sense. They're playing with a Rocket, so get the team up, get the beacon. The beacon that puts down the nest. That's kind of cool. Oh, and look at that. We also, Epic Butterfly just popped his CYA.
And Roberto, man, for Cathedral has been playing Rocket this whole tournament, so...
Really? And they're not banning Rocket?
No, so maybe Cryus knew that he'd get 2 nests.
Yeah, he must have. And I guess if Epic Butterfly's going to play it, maybe it's not worth a ban. Something is worth bringing up. CSUN banned 2 supports. So I wonder, I guess that might mean that CSUN has flagged Cathedral supports as the weakest side of the team. If the team was a triangle, the support side is their weakest. And so if they can slow down the weakest player, they can effectively turn the game into a 5v6. But it's also, like we said, 3 supports really strong right now. It makes sense to ban out the supports that take advantage of that type of strategy.
And yeah, from what I've seen, the weakest links on Cathedral have been their supports.
I see. Yeah, so I think that's a great. I think CSUN with some really strong bans right now. Would have liked to see the Ultron. It would have been nice if they let the Ultron through, so I could see that in action. But hey, that's how it goes.
Yeah, because Cathedral was running 3-1-2, I believe. Yeah, 3 supports with the Ultron. Magic, who CSUN has surprisingly also not banned, who has been doing very well.
Interesting, yeah.
And then their 2 tanks.
It's very interesting that they're willing to deal with the Magic, but they are unwilling to deal with the Ultron. Like I say, that's if you're running this like Spider-Man Wolverine comp, I suppose that makes sense. Most of CSUN's team is not equipped to deal with Ultron. If this is their best lineup, gotta ban that Ultron. All right, so we will get back into this game momentarily. Once again, CSUN up a round against Cathedral. If CSUN takes this map on Burn T'Challa, they will be moving to grand finals for the A group. Cathedral's got to win this to force a game 3 and try to get themselves into that grand final spot.
And you've also have to wonder what game will cause Cathedral more stress, this or game 3.
Game three is a very hype situation to be in. So from a caster side, I hope we get to see a game 3 because that's going to be full of emotion. That's going to be full of tension. So we're about to get back into this soon. Rocket with the beacon online. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if everybody on Cathedral swings and flicks to the beacon here. Rocket just holding the left click. Luna getting the pick onto Magic with the clap with the laser beam,
and using those walls to hold the support in.
Great freeze there. I don't know if Rocket meant to shoot that cap. He just instinctively left clicked the cap when he saw him. Luna Snow getting run down and ultimately gonna get picked by that cap. And there's the Cathedral beacon. And it's already down. See, a good team, they're all going to focus the beacon at the same time, and it's not going to be much of a problem. Cap going to run down the BRB as well.
And both Phalanx and Cap were low.
Ronin popping the Dark Child, going to fight here on point, going to be really powerful right now. And here comes Bucky back. Oh, barely missing the blast. Unfortunate. Cancer Sun popping the Luna Snow ult, so C-Sun is practically immortal for a few seconds here. Cathedral firing back with their own Penny so low. Again, not going to find anything.
No. But Plimplop arguably being one of the better players in this tournament.
Plimplop putting in absolute work here. Unfortunately, that ult's not going to find anything. Great pick from the Rocket there. Strange kind of hovering back a little bit. I think Cathedral's talking about making a portal play here.
They do have more percentage on point.
Yeah, they actually held the point for a long time. As bad as that fight looked for Cathedral, they had the point the whole time. That's ultimately really good for them. So they didn't decide to portal here. They're just gonna walk up through everything. Grange flying up in the air, just gonna go right back down. Cathedral cannot push C-Sun back.
And C-Sun doing a great job of this throughout the whole tournament. Just being able to hold the other team back, not letting them get to point, not letting them push the objective.
And see, yeah, Luna Snow froze Penny in the middle of her ult. Penny ult is so easy to stop, Emma Frost grabs her, Luna stuns her, Wolverine grabs her. Penny ult is so easy to get around. It's great that she can charge in and get Cathedral on point, but it's just not enough to actually hold it. Luna Snow's gonna drop there. Same with Strange and Magic. It isn't enough right now.
And Magneto pushing against Rocket.
Yeah, just not enough here. C-Sun now tied up in percentage points, and there goes.
They take the lead.
Yeah, they take the lead. Great stagger there onto Crisis. I think they got to switch off this Penny. Like, I love it. Like, on paper, it makes a lot of sense into Cap and Spider-Man and Wolf, but it's not doing enough on this domination map. And there it is, Armed and Dangerous. He gets one. don't actually know the name of the ult, but armed and dangerous, and again is enough for everybody to know.
We'll call it that.
Yeah, I think that's good enough, right?
It suits it.
And then, by the way, while I'm bantering over here, CSUN starts falling. Plimplop, like you said, getting a lot of value off popping the ult. Yeah. So he gets the last. He just uses the last of his ult just to make sure CSUN hears it. 97% for CSUN, by the way. If they get point back, they probably have it. But Cathedral has a strong defensive position here. Gonna put down some penny mines. Magic trying to catch the Spider-Man. Spider-Man's gonna get out though. Very aggressive penny mines up there on the high ground. Luna very, very low. Beacon just got taken out. And then 2 picks happened. Bad spot to be in for Cathedral.
Oh. Can they take the point?
Yeah, I think, CSUN's got a lot of gas in the
CSUN
tank.
will take it, though.
Yeah, there's the cap. Is there enough time to contest it? There is not. So we're going to move on to the second map. CSUN taking the first point of Burnin' T'Challa. Burnin' T'Challa.
Burnin' T'Challa.
So we're going to go to the Institute. This is, so this map has a little hole in the center, but it's not like a fall down and die hole. It's like it's a minor inconvenience. So I'm sure Phalanx is excited to play on this map because he can pull people into that and just take them out of the fight for a good 5 or 10 seconds. Looking at Cathedral's lineup, though, I guess they have a lot of ways out. All of their characters, except for Penny and Luna Snow, have a way to just kind of get out. Actually, Luna Snow might be able to sprint and jump out. I don't know. I've never tried that before.
I don't know either.
Yeah, I'm not entirely certain. Anyway, Parrot Man swapped off Wolf. He's on the Winter Soldier now. Let's get into it. Oh, they're running the Winter Soldier Cap team up. You don't see that very often. Winter Soldier and Cap can like charge forward, and like Winter Soldier punches Cap's shield, and the people caught in the middle take some damage. They get some overhealth. Not a particularly strong team up, but it is cool. Look at that.
Phalanx already trying it.
Yeah, and he pulled the wrong character. Bucky able to uppercut his way out of that. But props to Phalanx for trying to catch somebody unaware.
If he had got either Luna or Penny, that's an easy kill right off the bat.
Spider-Man looking for something, gonna try to... Yeah, Invisible Woman's great here. Like we said, Invisible Woman gets a lot of value with her push, and Spider-Man is one of those characters who she can get a lot of value on. Although he gets picked anyway. Parrot Man going to town with the ult. Gonna try to catch this Strange. Yeah, and I think the ult is gonna... Oh, we got a little health pack there. Maybe he can get out of this? No, honestly, I think Shadow Drag had to just die there and reset with the team because that's a long stagger. That's a very long stagger. That's a few percentage points that CSUN gets. Which, speaking of Strange, we haven't seen any Portal plays this game, right?
Not this game.
Yeah.
But both of these teams have made Portal plays in their last matches.
Interesting. Okay. Very interesting. So, I mean, we'll have to see a Portal play soon. On Strange, or, we'll talk about Portals later because we're in the middle of this engagement. Mag trying to hold it down with the shield. Great res onto Pimplom. But Luna Snow down as well, and she died with ult. That's brutal. Mag trying to catch this rocket. Not going to quite find him.
Cap with his ult.
Yeah, that's huge. Cap's got like a mini support ult. Really nice to have in these long engagements where you're just trying to hold the point. Penny trying to get on point here. Yeah, not going to quite get on point. Yeah, so just CSUN happy to hold this choke, make sure that Cathedral can't get through the... there's the Luna ult. Gonna try to help the team push through. Walk everybody onto point. There's the damage. Ooh, that was close. That was very close. When she switched to damage, she almost let Strange die, but he didn't. CSUN's turn to ult here. Luna ult keeping him alive. The ice clap. Trying to catch this Cap. Cap is so far back.
And they don't get it.
Don't get it. Unfortunately, they're so spread out in these fights. It's really hard for them to all look at this this Cap and grab him. But the res onto Cathedral's Luna Snow really impactful here as the Lunas duel it out here on point. Who's gonna get it? Oh, looks like somebody's looking at Cancer Sun now. So unfortunately, MSS
is game.
That's game. Not a single portal play, in my opinion. Whenever you got portal on cooldown, or sorry, off of cooldown, you gotta use it unless you're heading towards the end of the game where you might need to make the last second portal play. But that means that CSUN moving on to grand finals for their group, defeating Cathedral in a 2-0 victory here.
And tragic for Cathedral, who went into this unbeaten and loses 2 straight.
Yeah, that's a rough situation to be in. Mob Kun gonna get the MVP here. 20 eliminations is killer. Actually tied up with Java Bronco. Great work here. And like Plim Plom, great damage. Got a 5K, but it just wasn't enough. So yeah, that's gonna be it here for Group A. Once again, CSUN taking down Cathedral to move on to grand finals. So we're moving on to Group B next. Group B going to be a whole different group of schools. So for everybody's information out there, that is Jordan High School, Catella High School, LBCC, and Norwalk High School. Those are the 4 teams that are going to be duking it out in Group B. The winning team of that group will move on to grand finals to play against CSUN. I'm excited to see who's gonna be the winner of that group. From what I understand, that is Group B is going to be starting up here in just a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Sure. So in the other game that was happening in the group, we had FC Phantom versus Bosco High School. We see that FC Phantom took the dub here with, it looks like, Schlattberger on the Magic, putting in crazy work here. 45 eliminations is nuts.
Jeez.
Yeah, Bosco with the Mag as the MVP. But yeah, it looks like FC Phantom just absolutely destroying their way through that set with a 2-0 win.
And FC Phantom is Fullerton College.
Fullerton College, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So yeah, Fullerton College with the win over Bosco High School. And that means that, so let me just check the results here if you're curious. That means Fullerton College went 1-2 in the day. Putting them, I guess that makes them like 3rd place in the group. I would love to interview them and ask them about that thing protect. That's a spicy protect, but hey, if it works for you, it works. Yeah, crazy eliminations from Schlattberger here.
Just all across the board for Fullerton.
Yeah, Fullerton put in some insane work here.
And barely dying too. 2-2, 0, 1, 2-2.
Yeah, that Panther putting in absolute work. Not going down, not getting punished. So with all that being said, we're going to go on a quick break while we get ready for Group B here. So I've been Coach Ben from Norwalk High School.
And I am Walter Raza from Cathedral High School.
Yeah, and we're going to be back. Give us a few minutes to get Group B going. Do not click out of the stream. All right, welcome here, folks. We are back for Group B of Grim Cup 3 Marvel Rivals. My name's Ben. I'm joined by Coach Carbon.
Hi.
And so this is going to be an interesting cast.
Yeah.
I am the coach for Norwalk High School, which you'll see is the team in blue. And you're the coach for Long Beach City College.
and I'm the coach for Long Beach. This is going to be an interesting group in general, just because, unfortunately, Jordan and Catella couldn't make it. So we're slightly adjusting. I know that everyone today has been very used to watching the best of 3 matches going on, and we're kind of at a default for that. But at the moment, since there's only 2 teams with the LBCC and the Norwalk, we're pivoting and we're doing a best of 7.
Best of 7. So we are here for a lot of rivals. That is potentially potentially 7 games of Marvel Rivals here. So go fill up your water bottle now while we're in the bands. Yeah. And speaking of bands, Venom Band, Wolf Band, Mag Band, Phoenix Band, Jeff Protect.
Yeah, it seems like Norwalk is very focusing on protecting supports, while LBCC seem to be focused on protecting and pivoting around tanks. From what I know, I believe LBCC, our tanks are our best players, statistically, most experienced players. So I do heavily like the way that we're going here with LBCC.
Yeah, I think that Emma Protect is always strong. Emma is just the best or arguably the best tank in the game, depending on what you think of Venom.
Agreed.
So it's just always a strong Protect. It's always good to have her. On the Norwalk side, the Jeff Protect, arguably questionable. I mean, because I'm the Norwalk coach, I can give you the behind the scenes. Norwalk is purposely going to try to play a weird strategy game 1 to throw off the ban process for future games. They will almost certainly try to pull off a Jeff Storm at some point in this game. That's why you see the Phoenix ban and the Namor ban. We'll see if they do it. It looks like they're not going to do it right off the rip, or at the very least, they're discussing it. On the LBCC side, this seems like a very, very standard 2-2-2. Magic and Strange have a good team up right now. Winter Soldier's just always good. Emma's just always good. I think LBCC has a very well-rounded, just strong, brawling comp right here.
Yeah, I believe that the game idea for map 1, at least for LBCC here, is to keep a very standard default look and give really Norwalk nothing to really go off of. And then further on in throughout the bands, that's when we bring out our more off-meta comps and our harder ideas. Keep it very calm, keep it very clean in the beginning, and then switch it up later on.
And that makes a lot of sense. You can't show your hand game 1. I mean, unless the 2 teams knew each other, then it's maybe a little bit different. But right. I feel like the first game, everything will always be very interesting. Oh, what
a very quick pick going on here!
Crazy portal play here. I love these portal plays, but Norwalk going to clean it up here on this first fight. Jeff, and Magic are going to end up going down, but 4 drop from LBCC. So Norwalk's going to get the first capture here. But I love that portal play.
It's a very fast combat. I love the idea. They're getting fast and aggressive with it, trying to catch LBCC off guard, and it did work in that first engage.
Yeah, so we see 3 supports out from Norwalk, and with Adam Warlock being that 3rd support. Adam Warlock, where he is in the tier list of characters is arguable, but he's got a good ult. If you hit your headshots, he's almost a 3rd DPS. Magic in here behind, trying to fight the Bucky, but the Bucky's going to push him off. Adam Warlock and Magic, yeah, Adam's going to get poked and just out so quick.
A little out of position there.
I like the way that Psycho plays as Winter Soldier. He's not going too far in. He's looking for a hook, and he's waiting for this Magic to overextend. This is peak Bucky gameplay. Like, as much as you want to go in on Bucky, like, he's strongest somewhere behind the tank shields. Speaking of which,
getting caught out by that Winter Soldier ult. We're trying to look for some sort of opening, but Norwalk are not giving us anything.
Yeah, and Xeno there popped the Invisible Woman ult too late, popped it and then died immediately after. Had to use that ult just a little bit more quickly and potentially save his team from the Winter Soldier ult. We're at 50%, so the map is going to shift a little bit here, but that's not really going to slow anything down. If anything, it makes it easier for the Magic and Adam Warlock to flank a little bit. So you see Warlock and Magic trying to find the off angle here, but this Bucky knows his positioning. He knows it's coming. Darkchild is out, trying to find this Invisible Woman. There's the Invisible Woman pick. Yeah, followed up by a few more picks. Darkchild, pretty strong ultimate ability here, combined with the Doctor Strange team up. Magic is just a force to be reckoned with.
So far, it seems like a pretty big sweep from Norwalk. LBCC can't really find any footing. Norwalk are doing very, very, very good at cycling their ultimates and, you know, keeping presence throughout the entire round, not really giving any space to breathe.
Invisible Woman ult is out. Emma's trying to fight in there, but Emma's still low. Yes, nice ult. Oh, but she got eaten up. Jeff ult's going to get them eaten up and thrown off that cliff unless they can chase her. Nah, they can't chase Jeff down. Xeno's going to go down as well. One Jeff kill on that. Oh, I thought she was in diamond form. I didn't think she caught Emma Frost. That is map number 1 here on Hell's Heaven. Norwalk taking the first map. Or for the first round. First map, first round.
First round.
Yeah, first, you know.
Amazing work from Norwalk.
Norwalk
yeah,
on their game right now.
They're very much dialed in. They're keeping their ideal strategies going, it seems. They have some great ideas, keeping their Magic and their Adam lurking around, ready for openings, while the other 4 kind of just cycle their ults and, you know, keep that bay.
I really do think game 1 can be a dice roll though, on those bans. You know, did you happen to ban the right things? Like, because you might not have, and that's completely up to chance. So for example, LBCC protected the Bucky, and frankly, that's kind of what Norwalk wanted. If LBCC didn't protect the Bucky, Norwalk would have protected the Bucky. And that was just really lucky on Norwalk's part. I think game 2, we're going to see a lot more of a steady trading game rather than these like big explosive plays here. We're going to see more informed bans. I think that's the best way to put it.
Yeah, I think going forward, I mean, that's kind of just the feel of BO7s just in general.
Absolutely. And I think, yeah, it's worth mentioning with the BO7, this is not a sprint, this is a marathon. Whichever team can hold the mental together the longest will win this. Magic getting caught out by the Bucky hook, but at the same time, Angela gonna spear Adam Warlock. Adam Warlock does not have the res online, so unfortunately doesn't get the quick comeback, but Goose with 2 picks onto the Magic, and now they're just all going to converge on Emma Frost and take her down. Point is captured.
Norwalk doing very good at just countering any progress that LBCC try and attempt. It's not looking too good for LBCC. Well, I know it was just the first engage, and it's pretty still very, very early on in the round. But we need to find some sort of footing. We haven't won an engage so far.
And I mean, yeah, I'm interested to see how LBCC can try to. Well, okay, now we say it, and now map is down. So is Rhea on Adam Warlock, and this is a great position for LBCC. They have 3 ults online too, 4 ults now. Darkchild popped, perfect. So now Darkchild can go in, clean up the remaining 4 members of Norwalk, and there's the point capture.
Yeah, that was pretty flawless out of LBCC. As soon as I was talking about
Caster's Curse.
Yeah.
And I love, by the way, the Angela pick here. This is a great map for Angela to just kidnap people and throw them into the lava.
Shove them off the map.
I think this is a great, that's a great move. And we'll see if Norwalk can kind of get away from that. A lot of their characters are mobile enough to try to stop that. But, you know, I guess if it's Jeff, if they kidnap Jeff or Adam Warlock, they're kind of stuck. Everybody else can get out. But I'm sure, I'm sure that Jagan, is it Hagen or Jagan? The Angela player, I'm sure, knows that. He knows who he's gonna grab.
Angela right now is very much about positioning. You are a tank, yes, but your playstyle as a tank is significantly different than other tanks, and it seems to be a big engage going on right now. There's the ultimate from Invisible Woman from both sides.
And she got popped. Jeff got the great capture on Xeno, trying to take him down and get rid of the Invisible, but they converged on the Jeff so quickly. What a great play from LBCC. But Invisible from Katie is going to keep the team alive and capturing that point. So Norwalk back in control here.
I'd like to point out the Magic pick from both sides. I think Magic in general is a very skill diff agent or character. You have to be very good and know your stuff on Magic, and it seems like both sides are putting out pretty much a performance with the Magic. And getting great value.
Yeah, I like to tell my players that, like, you get a lot of players who come in and want to play BP because he's fun, but I like to tell players, like, you're going to go learn Magic and you're going to learn how to engage and not and lose team fights.
Yeah.
And on Magic, and then go play BP. Like, prove to me you can do Magic first.
Magic can do a lot. You survive very long because of your armor. You have that area hold with that demon. And you have that movement and survivability. You kind of have a little bit of everything, and it feels like you're kind of always in control.
So this has been a really long sustained fight here. We have a Invis, there's Invis ult. There's also a Adam Warlock ult that's been held on for quite a while now. Jeff ult going down. Looks like it captured somebody and just going to try to run off the cliff here. Caught two, that's huge. And both the tanks too. Absolutely ginormous play, and Norwalk gonna walk away with game number 1.
That was very, very dominant from Norwalk in that entire series right there. That will be the game number 1 for the series, giving Norwalk a little bit of a lead here. But remember, we still possibly could have 6 more games.
And I hope we have 6 more games.
I do too. I do too. I would like to see this game go as much as possible. Just so both teams they're here for a while,
right?
They get their experience. I think LAN events just in general are so fun.
Absolutely.
I think that's something that we should take away from this entire experience. And it really is just we're all here to have fun. We're all here to play as much as we can. And at the end of the day, whoever wins.
Whoever wins. And if you are an esports player out there at the high school level, at the college level, or maybe at the middle school level, you've got to find a way to get to a LAN somewhere. It is just such a different experience. Honestly, it's a huge growth moment for a lot of players because, maybe sure you compete from home, or maybe at your school you have a lab or a designated space that you play. But when you're in the room and your opponents are in the room and there's all these other teams and there's a buzz in the air, like, it really is a moment where you grow. Like, things just become more real.
Yeah. It's the added pressure is kind of invigorating.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And some players absolutely feed off that energy. They honestly start playing better. And I think some players will get nervous. The opposite will happen. But just regardless of whether it is it is hard or easy for you to be in that space, you grow regardless.
It really is a dice roll sometimes, because you also have those players that play on LAN consistently. They're always on LAN. They've done it multiple times, but they still get nervous. It doesn't matter sometimes. Sometimes it's just like a jitter that you can't shrug off. And then sometimes there's just that guy that's a natural on LAN. He's never done it before. It's his first time, and it is an all-star performance. And I'd like to see what both teams are. This is a first time LBCC LAN. I'm not sure about Norwalk.
We've been here for Valorant and Smash before, but so of the 6 of the 6 players up there, 2 of them were at the Valorant event last year.
I see.
But for the other 4, this is their first ever LAN event. This is the first time they've been to a LAN.
Yeah, and this is the first time that this LBCC roster has done a LAN together. I think a few of the players have done their own separate LANs with other teams. But it really is coming down to like experience and what the teams can find themselves into under pressure.
So going into these bans, we see the mag ban right away from Norwalk. That's what they did game 1. LBCC banning Bucky right away. And that last round they protected it, but they do not want to deal with Map and the Bucky. Norwalk, on the other hand, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This is exactly how they played that. Although this time they are protecting the Venom when LBCC banned it, or maybe Norwalk banned it last game. It was banned last game.
Yeah,
okay, gotcha.
LBCC did ban it last time. I also do respect the Venom protect on a convoy map. I feel like Venom on convoy maps always outperform. Just because of your dives have higher value in large group areas, and they have to be grouped on a convoy.
Fantastic protect. And Jeff ban, I was gonna ask, I was gonna say it was either Jeff or Rocket ban. because Norwalk is going to try to play the Penny here on defense. Norwalk is defending first. They want to run Penny Rocket. I was going to say I was a little bit afraid of the Venom Protect. I was afraid that Rocket was going to get banned by LBCC, but it was the Jeff instead. So they, honestly, Norwalk got lucky. I actually think that they should have protected the Rocket, and they got very lucky here. But we'll see what happens. Norwalk is going to run Star-Lord Penny Rocket. Star-Lord gets the Sombra TP. I don't know what to call it.
Right.
Penny gets the double mines. On the other hand, LBCC looks like they are going to go for a 3 support as well. I saw Hover, Adam, and Ultron. And Luna Snow there. Yep. 3 supports. Norwalk, on the other hand, going to go with 2 supports. So we're swapping team comps from game 1.
Yeah, it seems like LBCC is going more for a survivability comp, going in on this this attacking side. I do respect it. I think Norwalk is, rightfully so, going for a full defense, deny the area. Let's put more mines down. Let's put our walls up. Let's get in there and in their face, and like proactively deny this area.
Noob question: Does Moon Knight do his projectiles bounce onto Penny mines, onto Penny Nest?
I believe they do.
I think that
I believe they
killer.
do. So there is a bit of a counter pick here. Making a quick swap to Dagger.
Like that's good swap. Cloak and Dagger always good. Yeah, Goose had to get out. Yeah, there's the TP. That TP is such a good team up ability. Star-Lord just gets out of every fight he needs to get out of. So here's that fight. Yeah, we see LBCC just surviving. Although, Caster's Curse. Chat gonna take down Cloak, and then Map gonna take out this Ultron. Yeah, wow, picking the Hella was so good here.
Yeah, there's a lot of great picks coming from the Hella.
And yeah, it looks like Ultron's still good. I think Psycho should stay on the Ultron, but when he sees that Hella, I wouldn't be surprised if we see him swap to Mantis or Adam Warlock or something else.
Yeah, LBCC opting for a lot of combos with the Iron Man and the Ultron, same with the Cloak and the Moon Knight. But I think LBCC need to play a lot more grouped and a lot more smarter. We need to attack this more at like a counter rate. We need to play around their tanks. We need to deal with their mines. We need to deal with their area hold before we try and just dive into their face.
So here's the fight going on. It was almost an LBCC 1 fight, but the Rocket Beacon brought Hella back. Although, yeah, Rhea has to get back. Invisible Woman almost dead here. I don't know how Invisible Woman didn't die. That was so close. Emma pushed up really far here, creating a lot of space for LBCC to push. And there's the picks. Dagger with the pick. Iron Man with the pick. Norwalk's got it back way up now.
LBCC did very, very good there. I don't know if you noticed, but the supports got separated. Both supports, they're in the back line, and they got separated from the rest of the team through that top area, not allowing them to heal the team anymore. They were too far away. They couldn't see their teammates, and that was kind of just like it after that. There wasn't a lot of initial picks after that. It was mainly just area denial, and the supports just couldn't find a way back in without threatening a death.
Yeah, great fight to take because LBCC has pushed the cart halfway at this point. Just that final stretch there to the first checkpoint. 3 ults online for both teams. Max Pulse going out, not going to catch anybody. And then Iron Man gets taken down. Ultron gets taken down. 4v6 situation. Norwalk's going to be really aggressive. Net onto Emma Frost. Emma Frost does the grab, but it's not enough. And the picks go out. LBCC stopped again. There's still 2 or 3 good pushes in the tank. LBCC has the ability to split up the team. They are more than likely going to get this first checkpoint still. Especially with if they can time that Ultron and Moon Knight ult, maybe they can, like you said, split up the team like they did before, get some crucial picks. But there are 2 support ults online for Norwalk, which is huge.
And I'm a bit worried here for the LBCC because of these long pathways. This Star-Lord pick, this Hella pick, all these deep sight lines very much lean into the playstyle that Norwalk are aiming towards here. The Moon Knight can't get a lot of value with such a wide hallway. And the Ultron is a lot easier to pick out of the sky when there's nothing to hide behind.
And Star-Lord, while he doesn't truly fly, you know, he's in the air enough that you have to have somebody look at him. Moon Knight could do it, sure. Emma Frost certainly can do it, but they're really the only two who can reliably deal with that flying Star-Lord. Here's the Emma Frost ult is down, keeping the team alive, but it has just gone out. CYA is online Norwalk with a lot of healing right now. There's a pick onto Cloak. There's a pick onto Emma, or I always mix up Emma Frost and Luna Snow. I'll call her Luna Frost. But both supports down for LBCC. 2 seconds, 1 second. Is there a touch? Yeah, good push.
That was very strong. That was very strong out of Norwalk. Norwalk are looking absolutely perfect right now. They're very much leaning into their play styles of what their comp needs, and I love it. I think LBCC has a little to learn right now with counter picking. We need to know what we need in the moment. You know, just don't stay on just like comfort picks. You know, we got to understand, hey, they're playing this way. We need to counter pick into it. And even if we do a counter pick, we also need to play into that. Just because you're picking a character that, you know, statistically counters a certain character doesn't mean you're necessarily playing to actually counter that specific character.
Counter picking is such an important skill in Rivals. You know, Overwatch, if you haven't been on Overwatch in a while, they introduced a perk system where the longer you're on a character, you get more and more abilities. They're trying to incentivize not counter picking as much, which really means that Rivals, more than any other hero shooter on the market right now, relies so much on counter picking, not just because, I mean, because you can go anything. You could be a tank 1 second and a support the next second, right? You can be running a 2-2-2 and suddenly it's like, hey dude, we need a third support. Get off of DPS, hop on support. And even, you know, I think one of the harder things for a lot of players to learn is like, I need to swap, like I know my Wolverine isn't good and we need a Punisher, but I have Wolverine ult, shouldn't I stay in? And you have to be able to analyze the situation, know like, hey, Wolverine ult's not going to do anything. I just got to give up that ult and swap. You know, that's a really hard skill to learn.
It's going to be a very fast engage from here. Norwalk are running an absolute dive comp. They're running that magic. They're running that BP. They're running that Venom and that rocket to get them back in the fight as soon as they die. BP is getting absolute value right now with that magic in the backline because they know that they just need that one cap of the point. They just need to win this first engage and they can push it all the way, and it seems like it will be going Norwalk's way.
I liked Emma Frost into this comp, but she can only grab one person at a time. She can only grab Venom or BP or Magic. And by the way, Norwalk running the infamous Mantis Venom. So the damage boost is on Venom right now. When he has his ult, he can left click ult and pop a support, pop Luna Snow like a balloon. 66.686 meters, and there's the cap. Norwalk taking game 2.
Norwalk understand what they need to do very, very, very well. I think that was absolutely amazing out of the Norwalk there. Knowing that they just need to push that first cap, knowing that they need to be running a dive pump. And the sad part is LBCC just did not realize in time. They did not realize, hey, we just need to focus on defending this. What will they want in order to win this? They're probably going to run full dive. You know, we didn't counter pick into that. We weren't prepared. And we're on our back foot now. Norwalk are up 2 maps. All they need is 2 more. And that'll be it for this series.
Yeah, that'll potentially be it. Long Beach City College got to fight their way back into this thing. Not impossible. We were both hoping for a Game 7 situation here. Just really quickly, who were them? So it was Map on Norwalk, and it was Jagan on LBCC on the... Oh, I didn't catch him on the cap there at the end. I do like the cap pick. I think cap is a little bit underrated right now, but was not enough. So if you're just now tuning in, we're watching a best of 7, Long Beach City College versus Norwalk High School. Norwalk High School up 2-0 at the moment. So those players just calming a little bit, figuring out their bans for the next map. It is once again LBCC's map pick. Interested to see how we do things. Okay, so sorry, we're actually going to go on a quick break right here. Oh, my bad. Excuse me, I spoke too soon. Don't click off. Keep the tab open.
Yet. No, come back.
Come back, folks.
We are getting back right into the third map. Again, this is loser pick, so it will be LBCC's pick. I'm not sure how much like of a map pick at this point matters. I think that LBCC has a lot bigger problems right now than trying to find the right map pick. I think we need to focus more on our replies. You know, we're not adjusting off the fly enough as much as we should be. Again, Marvel Rivals is a game where at any moment you can just flip the switch and you're playing a different style. And it seems like right now we're kind of just leaning into one style and we're not adjusting enough. And it's hurting. It's hurting very much.
But I think so. If I was in the LBCC comms, I would run back. Okay, so yeah, I was gonna say either run back a convoy, or run back a domination. Don't try to go to convergence. They've now seen how Norwalk plays on convoy. They've seen how they play on domination. They know what those bans are gonna look like, and they just got to ban around it.
I also think that LBCC didn't start off too bad on the convoy.
I agree.
It was a very strong fight. You know, it was looking promising. They just, you know, lost grip. And then on the defense, it kind of just got away from them. It's, you know, it's nothing terrible. I think it's there. You know, we see it. And there is a possibility to fight back. But then you have Norwalk. Norwalk are looking absolutely amazing right now. They know what they need to do at any moment. And it's hard to break their spirits. Looking at our bans and our picks and our protects right now, Mag ban again, Jet ban coming out pretty early, Protect from LBCC looking maybe towards.
I would love to see a Phoenix Protect. I think Phoenix would be really good into this comp right here to pick off the penny nests, to pick off Rocket, Beacon and ult, but it's a Protect Emma Frost again. I love ban magic. Okay. And by the way, like I said, LBCC definitely banning based on what they saw the last map. Even though Norwalk will be running the Penny again, I really don't think Penny is worth a ban. I think you just ban the characters that enable Penny, which would be Rocket. Right. I really want to see a Rocket ban here from LBCC.
I think Rocket in general has been causing a problem throughout the entire series. That's like the bright side about Rocket, I feel. A lot of the time, you don't see the impact. You know what I mean? You don't see it, but it's there. And that's the downside about these Protect bans and such. You know, it just needs to happen, and we're not really, you know, catching our grip. And there it is. There's the Rocket ban. You know, hopefully there's going to be a pivot out of here. The Protect from Doctor Strange on the defense, giving them time. You know, hey, if we lose the point, we have that TP back. We can contest it. We can buy ourselves some more time. Protecting the Winter Soldier, you know, giving them more sustainability and contestability. And I do respect the Emma Frost Protect going in on attack. But we got to realize, hey, on defense, Emma Frost is a lot harder to get value out of.
I like Adam Warlock and Hela here to try to poke at the penny mines. I also think Angela's interesting. She's never gonna have a problem with penny mines either. And actually, you know what? It looks like we spoke too soon on the penny, because as soon as Norwalk saw the Rocket ban, they gave up on it. Els, who's on Cloak and Dagger right now, she is the designated penny player, and she's on CD. So Norwalk was like, Rocket ban, we're not even going to try. They definitely wanted to run Star-Lord Penny Rocket. They saw the Rocket ban, and they said, no thanks, we're going to do a Wolverine comp instead. Which I think they're going to be in for a nasty surprise here, because Emma Frost loves to brawl the Wolverine. Angela doesn't care. Bucky will just rope in Wolverine when he runs away. I think LBCC's comp is the right thing right now to punch through this Norwalk defense.
And Angela is going for a wide area right now, taking some space, you know, confirming, hey, you know, they're playing further back. They're playing to just hold this deep area.
Angela goes in for the kidnap, actually does grab Bucky. Bucky not going to... Oh, yes, gets the pick onto Star-Lord. Great opening pick. Map going to get the revenge pick on Hela. But I don't think LBCC cares. The respawn's right there. Doctor Strange trying to survive against this Angela. Barely living. Barely holding on.
Combat is going deeper, but there is some fights going on in the background, and that Venom does drop.
Great place here for LBCC. Kidnap onto the Angela, going to get the pick just barely. These teams are neck and neck, just one pick for one pick. but the cart is slowly but steadily moving up. Great pick onto the Star-Lord. Norwalk on the back foot right now. Angela moving in for another kidnap. Dang, Asayo on the Bucky, putting in absolute work. Hook onto the Strange, going to get the pick, and then going to get the second pick onto Wolverine. Norwalk has to give up first point.
We're trying to get these final picks just to add an even better stagger onto their next push, but it does seem like this first point is going to be going towards LBCC, an absolute contest from start to finish.
Yeah, excellent play. You can tell that now and there goes Groot too. That was a great pick there by LBCC. LBCC have adjusted. They have figured out what was wrong, and they're doing it right. So now the question is, can Norwalk adjust as fast or faster than LBCC? Let's see what the switch up is. Goose now on that on the Moon Knight, and Rhea off of the Wolverine onto Adam Warlock. We're running that 3 support again. 3 supports what won on the first map. They're going to try to make it work again.
Norwalk taking a break here, catch their footing, and get back into the fight as soon as they can prepare. Doctor Strange does get kidnapped here, grabbed and tossed down, knocked back into the back line.
Oh, that was so great. If you didn't see that combo there, Angela kidnapped, Emma Frost grabbed, and then Bucky hooked in. That Strange never stood a chance. Excellent play here. LBCC losing a few. Katie with the Luna Snow ult. Luna Snow. Yeah. Not Luna Frost, Luna Snow. Gonna keep Norwalk alive. So for the first time in this game, Norwalk has taken control of the cart. LBCC has 4 ults online. I think Hela and Angela ult is gonna absolutely rip through this team.
Yeah, it seems like there's a few ults coming out. That is a canceled Cloak and Dagger ult, and a few ults getting dropped. It seems like all the ults except Luna Snow getting dropped from LBCC. This push is very dominant. That is a kidnapped player, and even further pushed back from Norwalk. They cannot find their way back into the point, and that might be the last push of that area. But there is something to be careful of. If Doctor Strange does has a TP up, you could go for a TP ult play on the entire site. They are very grouped right now. It could be dangerous, but they're fighting their way back in, and Doctor Strange could have the opportunity to get a high value ult out of here.
So it looks like the contest barely going to happen. Goose with the Emma Frost ult. Chat dropping the Eye of Agamotto. That's 2 picks, 3 picks. LBCC right at the checkpoint. Not going to quite get there. LBCC on the back foot right there when they were at the second checkpoint. Yeah, Angela gets out. She just flies right out. Norwalk barely holding on to this point when it was right there. They barely... I was expecting a portal play, too. Just like you said. I was expecting that. But they just barely were able to touch.
Yeah, like I said, it really was that Doctor Strange ult that got them back in that area. I think he probably landed, 2 or 3 with that ult, and that, at that point, is kind of just a lost point. There's a lot of high value characters coming out, and a well-placed Doctor Strange ult really could just win you fights altogether.
Invisible Woman wasn't banned, right? Invisible Woman's still in?
No.
I would love to see LBCC run that... run the Invis to push Doctor Strange away when he goes in for those ults. I think Invisible Woman up there with, best supports. But anyway, L's here. The Cloak and Dagger ult is down. Map getting a pick, but also Psycho getting a pick. We're going back and forth here. Both teams with the picks. It is just a brawl, but Norwalk coming out on top of it. Bucky ult plus the Cloak ult secures them this hold on the cart. 1:41 though, because LBCC capped the first point so quickly, they still have plenty of juice in the tank. Gas in the tank, whatever. I mixed up two things.
So let's take a look at ults here, right? So LBCC does have their Winter Soldier ult, but Norwalk could at any moment drop that Adam ult and get themselves back in the fight as soon as there's an opportunity. And it seems like Adam does want to be playing safe as possible just so that he can play for that. Okay.
Yeah.
You have the Luna Snow ult to keep them in the fight, and if it goes sour, pop that Adam ult, and they're back in. And it does seem like Sniper with the Cloak ult coming out, and we do also have that Angela ult at any moment to get a big group ult. But again, I'm still afraid of that Adam ult, and it doesn't seem like they'll be needing it. They win this engage, and they have plenty of time to get back into the fight.
Norwalk did have to use their support ults, and LBCC Himeros almost has the Luna ult. She'll have it for this next fight, which is pretty big. Combo that with Angela and Winter Soldier ult, and that's a winning formula. Not to mention Hela and Emma Frost. This is a good position to be in for LBCC despite the time. If they can combo these ults up, that's really good. Jagan getting the kidnap on Strange, but not gonna put him in a great position. Forcing out the Emma Frost ult, so and there's the Winter Soldier ult. Looking for some value here. Yeah, and there it is. Born again. Adam Warlock rezzing, getting the team back up, getting 2 back up. So the fight is once again equalized.
There's the Luna Snow ult.
Yep, that's big. That's huge, keeping LBCC in this 5v6 situation. But LBCC still has some gas in the tank. There goes 2 picks by map. LBCC gotta get some picks here. Yeah, it looks like Hela tried to touch, couldn't quite. Cart's gonna stop here.
That will be where that attacking half ends. It was a good push. It was good. They got it pretty far. They could have gotten to that next engage, but like I said, that entire time, it was that Adam ult. It really was that Adam ult. We gotta pay attention and be like, hey, we're gonna win this fight. Let's try and hold on to one of our ults maybe to deal with their Adam ult after. Hey, their Adam hasn't ulted yet. Probably has it. He's just gonna be sitting safe, playing for his life. Or on the flip side, hey, their Adam has ult. Try and pick the Adam. Find the Adam first, take him out of the situation so that they don't have that response. But we just weren't ahead. We weren't ahead of the curve. We weren't prepared, and it really hurt us. It really did.
Something I want to shout out that we saw at least twice, maybe more times than that, on that between first and second point, was the way LBCC played Emma Frost and Bucky and Angela. Like, there were 2 times where we saw Angela grabbed a player, brought them straight in front of Emma Frost. Emma Frost diamond formed, grabbed them, and as soon as the grab animation ended, Bucky would rope them in. That player just isn't playing the game for like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
You've turned it into a 5v6, and if the rest of the team is looking at that player, you knock them out.
And if selected correctly, you could get that on a character with like no movement, and they're in the back line with no way of getting out.
Yeah, you do that on Luna Snow. You do that on a lot of Mantis, on a lot of supports, and they're just cooked.
And yeah, the team like at that point has no way of protecting them. You kind of just have to assume that guy's just gonna die and be like, all right, how do we pivot from losing that guy?
So Norwalk here running the Thing Wolverine, just trying to throw Wolverine deep in and then grabbing somebody and just ripping them apart. They picked up the Strange, but it didn't translate into a pick. LBCC staying alive, not gonna die to this Thing. He just doesn't output a lot of damage. Sure, he's gonna punch through the Strange ult, but it's not enough. It's just not enough.
LBCC as a whole getting pushed back. There's not any picks going on. It's just they have to back up. They're getting contested deep. There's a lot of grouping, and it's really just leaning into the Thing. That's what the Thing wants. He wants you guys to play grouped. And Cloak and Dagger does get kidnapped here. He does ult the site in an attempt to try and delay, but it's too late.
Great push here from Norwalk. That's going to mean there's more than 5 minutes on the clock. Still a lot of time for LBCC to hold. They have 4 of their 6 ults online, one of them being Bucky ult. Oh, it looks like we see a swap over to Wolverine. I like that. I think despite Wolverine not being able to pick up Thing, he'll still just rip him to shreds.
Mm-hmm.
Thing will try to jump out, but Wolverine just hits so hard on these tanky, high HP characters.
Yeah, it does seem like both teams are very much going for a brawl-heavy comp. There is going to be a lot of high combat, high concentrated combat. Leading for these ults, and this is a big group ult, and that is a big Eye of Agamotto, but it doesn't really go anywhere.
I was gonna say the Emma Frost ult, the Luna Snow ult was so good, just completely negating the Eye of Agamotto here. Psycho using the Emma Frost ult to force out support ults, so that means there was no value on CD's ult, but still 4 picks now. Norwalk gonna try to push this all the way to the end. Yeah, just Wolverine to hold things down, but Wolverine gets taken out. try to throw Wolverine in one last time, and that is map number 3 for Norwalk High School.
Yeah, that was great push. Their comp, like all together there, really leaned into what they needed to do. You know, they needed to dive. You know, we need to be not even necessarily dive, but like be in your face. You need to survive in your face, and they took that Ultron to have the little healing drone for both the Wolverine and the Thing as they're deep in there, giving them sustainability as they're just punching you in the face.
And so going to game number 4 here, we have not yet seen a convergence map. I'm interested to see if LBCC will pick that. I guess I don't know. I'll say I don't know many teams that say convergence is their favorite map type. I hear a lot of, we really like a convoy map, or we really like a domination map. I've never heard a team be like they either like convoy or domination. I don't see many teams go for convergence as their go-to, like this is what we got to do. Map pick.
Yeah. But I mean, maybe it's what LBCC needs.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, at this point, I think we're kind of desperate. And we just need to get, you know, a foot in the door and find ourselves good footing, you know, to give us.
Yeah, to
give us our lead back in the game, or not even lead, but you know, any kind of chance back in the game
to push this back. Yeah. So for those who are just tuning in, excuse me. We had some dropouts in Group B. 4 of the 2 schools were not able to compete today. So Group B is just Norwalk versus LBCC. We're in that best of 7 right now. So for context, the winner of this best of 7 will move on to grand finals against Cal State Northridge, who was the winner of Group A. They defeated Cathedral High School to get there. We are in game 4 of this best of 7. Norwalk taking the first 3 maps. So here's how the dice how it's going to fall. Either Norwalk wins this map and moves on to grand finals, or LBCC goes undefeated all the way to a game 7, winning every single map. And they will be the ones to face off against Northridge in the end. LBCC picking the map because they lost the previous map, and it looks like they are going to pick the Clintar Convergence map. We were just talking about how Convergence is not a terribly popular map type. It's the map that runs the longest. Convergence is half domination, half convoy, so it'll start off with a King of the Hill style like map capturing phase, and then once the attacking team captures that point, they will start pushing a cart, and then after that, the teams will swap back. So that means that Norwalk, who have run the Penny ult on a previous map, the Penny Rocket Star-Lord comp on previous maps, they will try to run that again if LBCC lets Rocket through. Map 3, we saw that LBCC banned Rocket, and it put Norwalk on the back foot. I think banning Rocket is a really powerful tool here. For LBCC, Rocket does a lot of good things for the Norwalk comp. And look at that, Norwalk knows it, and they protect Rocket. I was talking with Carbon on that last map, or last 2 maps, about how not protecting Rocket from Norwalk was such a gamble. And we saw it on that last map. LBCC finally punished them by banning the Rocket and making it so that Penny didn't have a powerful tool in the double nest. The double nest and the Star-Lord TP. Oh, and it looks like... Okay, so if you're not seeing the all chat, LBCC didn't put the protect in for Namor, but they said in chat they're protecting Namor. Norwalk is going to honor that Namor protect. So Namor protect is cool. I expect either an Adam Warlock ban. Interesting. Okay. I was expecting maybe a Phoenix ban to deal with Namor. Oh, there it is. So Norwalk will actually be the ones to ban that Phoenix out. I'm interested to see what this protect is. Norwalk likes to play the hell. Yeah, okay. So Norwalk is just telegraphing it. And you know what? There's no point in hiding that Norwalk wants to run Penny Rocket. They did it on Empire of Eternal Night. Long Beach already knows it. There's no point in trying to, play coy. Will they protect Hela here? They will protect Bucky here. So if you're unaware, the strongest team up in the game right now is almost certainly Namor and Hela. So it's really powerful because Namor has an ability that will put anti-heal on other players. And both Namor and Hela get an ability where if they get a kill, they spawn an invulnerable squid. And there it is. Norwalk saw the Namor protect. They're banning Hela. They don't want to deal with the anti-heal. They don't want to deal with the immortal ghost squids. So let's see how these comps shake out. So yeah, there's the penny. I think they're talking about, yeah, so we're going to see the rocket right there. We are not going to see the Star-Lord. That is very interesting. We are not going to see Star-Lord, and that's probably because of the Namor Protect. Namor is great at dealing with flying characters, with elusive characters, like Star-Lord. Even though Star-Lord can do his dodge roll, and he's got his little like AoE attack where he gets a little bit of invulnerability, Namor really doesn't care. The squids will still look at Star-Lord when those things are done and put in the damage. But we will still be rolling with the Penny and Rocket. LBCC, on the other hand, they have the Namor to deal with, to deal a little bit with Bucky, deal with any flying characters, which, by the way, Ultron was banned. So if there is, so LBCC predicting a Star-Lord, which we may eventually see, or perhaps an Iron Man or a Storm. Which, by the way, Jeff got through. Norwalk is a big fan of Jeff Storm. So look out for that potentially. Clintar is a great map for Penny. There's a lot of spots on this opening point for her to hide her nests. So LBCC has to go either through this choke right here where there's the box that Penny's nest is behind, or they have to go through a side room that's kind of cramped. Either way, Penny has good spots to hide, but LBCC knows this and they portal right away straight behind the point so they can pick off this Penny nest. LBCC playing this beautifully, but there, look at the kidnap into the nest, or into the web. That means that Strange is in a bad position here at LBCC, but not going down. They're keeping him up. Penny just going to try to poke away at LBCC, make sure they can't get onto the point. Super Kitten gets grabbed, and that's the first pick of the game here by Rhea. Jagan getting the pick onto Kitty. Picks back and forth, but the beacon putting in work. Doctor Strange is back up for LBCC. Wolverine has to get out of there. He's not in a good position. Goose with the pull. Keeping the team up. Strange webbed up. Penny not going to go down. Invisible Woman giving her the shield and left click. She is still up. So Els, very talented player on the Penny. Any other game you've seen her play so far, she's been on support. She just plays Penny when we need the Penny. By the way, freshman. So very impressive play here from Els. So right now you see Rhea looking for the jump pack. Rocket's beacon will shoot out a blue armor pack that gives a character a jump. And so when Wolverine grabs a character and then uses the jump, he holds them in air for a good 2 seconds. Really, really powerful. Like, nice map. Finding the beacon. That means no res. Picks going down. LBCC dropping a few. Norwalk walking up, taking space. Yep, Norwalk very wisely disengaging. Xeno has an ult that's coming in. There is not a very close space to the point for Jeff to dump people into a bottomless pit. But a good Jeff player knows that that's not the only thing Jeff does with his ult. If Jeff can take even one player out of the fight, that's huge. That's absolutely huge. Not to mention new Jeff buffs mean that he leaves behind that like healing space map. Getting the pick with the Winter Soldier ult, so he's got a second. Again, diving all the way back. Gets frozen. Great freeze there by Psycho, completely negating the rest of the Winter Soldier ult. That means that Norwalk can't push forward any further. Just gonna get the just poking here at the Doctor Strange, making sure he's not gonna move much. There's the whale from Namor, and the Eye of Agamotto gonna grab a few! That's big! Jeff ult going down. There's the beacon as well. This is a great space for LBCC. Grabbing two with the Jeff ult. Not gonna make it to the pit, but hey, that's not what matters. That meant that Penny was way out of position. It is time for LBCC to capture the point with 47 seconds left. Good position for LBCC to be in. Great ult by Xeno.
There's Doctor Strange TP to get them back in the fight. The entire team is here. There's a big ult, and that is the Luna Snow ult to keep us in the fight.
Yeah, Luna Snow keeping things alive. Norwalk does not have a support ult online. Bad position for them to be in. They're just barely staying alive. Big stun, though. Wolverine going in, diving in, getting 2, getting 3, grabbing a 4th. It was not enough. Map does go down, but Norwalk stay in this with 10 seconds left. There is not a Strange alive. There is not enough time for LBCC to portal. Somebody's got to run. Somebody's got to run really fast. And Norwalk know that. They're just going to play up so they can web a potential Doctor Strange portal. I think LBCC got a third of it or a half. Oh, okay. So they got 80% of it. So Norwalk to win this need to cap more than 80 I don't want to say the number percent to win this one.
Yeah, it seems like they're at a pretty good chance here.
Yeah,
they have quite a lot of time to make up any lost percentage, and LBCC they have to put some work in.
Mm-hmm. They have to put up a really good defense. I really like Xeno's Jeff. I think Jeff. I feel like every time I say a support, I'm just like a really strong support. But believe me when I say Jeff is a strong support right now. His left click got really hated on when Jeff got changed a few seasons back, but it is just really good. His ult now leaves behind like a healing pool that leaves some utility while he grabs people. And a good Jeff player knows that how to just, even if there's not a pit to throw the characters in, you just take people out of the fight. That's what matters.
Yeah, I feel like Jeff is a very, 0 to 100 character.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of there to just be there up until then. He can't do a lot. He just pokes at you, and that's really it. But then if he finds his ult, that is very the 100% of there is a moment here where I can make or break this round. And that's what I love about Jeff.
So we saw a portal coming out from Jagan. I want to see if I don't know if they canceled that or...
Oh.
Whoa, what a trick. So I don't know if we'll be able to fully catch it. Yeah, so what LBCC did there was they put the portal in the path that Norwalk was running, and if they time it perfectly, Norwalk will just keep running. They won't react in time with the portal, which you saw chat did go through, but unfortunately it was Doctor Strange, so he just hit his shift and flew up. But killer plays. I love portal tricks. I absolutely love portal tricks. One of the cooler things about this game.
I am afraid of is using that portal for an early pick like that denies them to portal to get back in the fight if they lose.
That's a good point. It is kind of ultimately a cheesy strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if anything, like it's just kind of to get in the other team's head.
Yeah, it's kind of just a win-loss.
Mm-hmm.
A pretty sustained fight here, but Map does find 2 picks, and it's not looking too hot for LBCC as we lose the entire fight, and we will have to go for a full reset, which is going to hurt us a lot, as I think this might be it. We don't have a portal to get back in, and that will be game.
And there it is, Norwalk taking game. Yep, that is a 4-0 for Norwalk High School. 81.33% means that they win this best of 7, and they will be competing against Cal State Northridge in the Grim Cup 3 Grand Finals.
Absolute dominance from Norwalk. Start to finish, it felt like they always had control. They might be losing a fight, they might do everything or whatever, but it really, really felt like at any moment they could just get it back when they want.
Mm-hmm.
They were keeping in the fight. They had a hand on basically everything. If they were losing a fight, it honestly kind of felt like it was a fight that they didn't want to win. You know what I mean? They're like, hey, it's fine, we'll lose this right now, but quickly we have this, and this ult. We have Jeff ult to get back in. We have Adam ult to switch up with. We have our responses. That was the thing that I was looking at, on that round before, where LBCC were trying to capture. They got the Strange ult in, and then Luna did respond. But you know what happens after that? We have Wolverine ult online. As soon as this Luna ult comes down, Wolverine ult, we get 3 picks, and we make the round,
Mm-hmm. And so, once again, if you're just tuning in, Norwalk taking down LBCC 4-0 in this best of 7, moving on to grand finals here. LBCC eliminated from Grim Cup 3. So Norwalk going up against Cal State Northridge. Is that going to be a best of 5 or best of 7?
That will be a best of 5.
Best of 5.
Originally,
okay.
it was going to be a BO3 given with time and such. But, we have plenty of time now. And, I think both sides would like to see a bit of a contest out of here. And I would love to see a best of 5 come out. Plus, like we just saw that was awesome.
That was a crazy game.
Even though it was, pretty dominant, it was a lot of fun. I love Marvel Rivals as a competitive sport just in general, just because it really does feel like a mix of skill and strategy at the highest peak. If you get like a good hella pick, that's where you see like this guy is destroying the lobby with aim. If you get someone that's on magic really well, you're like, this guy's untouchable. And you can really see it come out in Marvel Rivals, and it's one of my favorite things. And then you have the strategy of this guy counters this guy counters that. We got to save this soul to react to this, and it is a really big thing that we have to focus on.
And I love the pick ban phase of this game. I love that exists. Valorant's had it for a while. Overwatch just adopted it. Smash Bros has had that forever. I really appreciate that these students get the opportunity to strategize before the game in that way.
Yeah.
So just as the Norwalk coach, I brought the students which you're seeing right now. They're seeing this right now on stream, right? The room? Or are they seeing us?
They're seeing the room.
Okay, so I brought the students out from Norwalk and I said, okay, we're playing here. What are our bans? And we talk it out and we say, here are our bans, and we map that out. And I think that's a really cool skill for whether it's a college or a high school student, to get that pre-planning down. Say like, hey, we have a plan that we're going to follow through with. I really appreciate that opportunity. Not to mention that this is a LAN. We already talked about this for people who are just tuning in. For plenty of students that are here today, this is their first ever LAN event. This is the first time they've been in the room with the people they're competing against. Because esports uniquely, that's not a necessity. You don't have to be on the field with the other team. You don't have to be in the gym with the other team, which means that when you are in the room with the other team, it is a really special opportunity because it's not easy to do. It's not easy to get 4 teams in a room together. So it's really, really cool when it happens. It's really, really exciting. And just as thank you, Carbon, for giving us this opportunity to be here.
Of course. I mean, I love just hosting the LANs in general. Like this entire Grim Cup from start to finish has been a roller coaster. You know what I mean? But one thing that we can say at the end of every single day is, holy cow, that was crazy. Let's do it again next year.
Who won COD yesterday?
COD was LBCC.
LBCC, there we go. There we go. LBCC doing it, making it work. So this is the 3rd Grim Cup that Norwalk's competed in. The first one we came with a Valorant team. Last year we came with also just the Valorant team. We didn't bring Smash. This year we brought a Marvel Rivals team and a Smash team. Smash got knocked out in semifinals by CSU LB. So I am hoping that this can be the Norwalk win.
Yeah,
I would love to walk away with a Grim Cup championship.
I think this matchup can go either way. I think Norwalk seem like they're very, very promising, but CSUN are very threatening. They know their stuff. It feels like every single one of their players has a great grasp of their ideas, and know, hey, at this moment, let's just dive. Hey, at this moment, let's just let's hold on.
We saw earlier when they were playing Cathedral, they were playing Spider-Man Venom. And I will say, I'm not the CSUN coach. This is not me telling them what they should do, but it's just, if I see one of my players pick Spider-Man, I'm questioning it.
Yeah.
But CSUN won with Spider-Man. Like, so what, who am I to say, don't play this? CSUN is going to play what they're good at. So they were playing Spider-Man Venom, which back in the day, when the game started, was a crazy team up ability where Spider-Man and Penny, for that matter, did AoE damage to everybody Spider-Man was around. He would drop supports on his own. He doesn't have that ability anymore. Spider-Man needs someone to follow through. Venom is just perfect for that job. Spider-Man jumps in, pull in, uppercut. Venom dive in, one left click, maybe a right click too if they need it. Great combo. I'm interested to see if they run this against Norwalk. All right, so we are going to head to a quick break here. Once again, do not close the tab. We are going to see Cal State Northridge versus Norwalk High School in just a few minutes. I'm Ben from Norwalk High School.
I'm Carbon from LBCC.
And we will be right back. Stay tuned.
And I believe we are now in the finals of Grim Cup for our rivals here. And the two schools that are here currently is Norwalk and did I say the last one? CSUN.
I actually don't remember. It's just CSUN, how he's been saying them.
Okay, so CSUN and Norwalk High School. Have you've been seeing the games recently? So how do you?
I've seen how Norwalk's been playing. I haven't seen how CSUN's been playing today. But I know how Norwalk's Chip are gonna play this match. See if they had changed it up or not.
I am excited to see. I actually haven't seen competitive play at all for rivals.
Most of the time, it's either very active or it's very steamrolling, which is like one team will just keep dominating the entire match.
Well, we will see the story for or the narrative for this game. For Norwalk High School, what do you recall or what do you remember, like, mainly?
There was multiple times they ran triple support, and then they would count on their Wolverine to keep pulling enemy players into their own team, so that everyone could focus them one at a time, and they would just start like taking them down one-on-one.
And I believe, like, isn't Wolverine considered a dive character?
He can be, but he's not to go for supports. He's gonna dive after the tanks and take the tanks down.
Oh, really? I've usually seen it like, they go for the support.
Yeah, it's because Wolverine, he does more damage depending on how much health the enemy has. So if you go after a higher health character, you'll do more damage.
These are the type of things I do not read about because I don't look into abilities and passives. But that's great to know. The side looks like CCUN actually ended up banning their Wolverine. I didn't even know there was a ban system.
Only in certain parts of rank. It looks like they were watching their matches because they had a really strong Bucky and a really strong Wolverine, like just going after the enemy teams. And then it looks like Norwalk still, they had a good Jeff player, which they did protect the Jeff. So they're gonna make sure the Jeff gets some good value.
Is it actually meta to go triple support?
I would say it's good, but it's like getting your ultimates really slow since you're healing a lot.
I mean, fair. I don't know. I played against last night. I played against the triple support team. It was like, honestly, really, really bad.
It depends. So you can go triple support, but that leaves you with either one DPS or one tank. And if there's only one tank, you want to go for the damage dealers. And if there's only one DPS, you go for the supports because they can't do much.
Got you. So it looks like for the side of CSUN, they have is Emma Frost is she a tank?
Emma Frost is a tank.
Okay, so they have what, two tanks, two DPS, two supports.
Yeah, they're running normal. No, actually no. CSUN is running a normal 2-2-2 with two dive characters as their damage dealers, which means that Norwalk High School, their healers are gonna have a very bad time if they don't like watch their back.
And it looks like in the side of Norwalk, they're still running triple healer.
Yeah, they're running a good 3-1-2. So as long as their damage dealer isn't feeling focused, they should be good. And Namor as their damage dealer should make that better because he can face down turrets, which will automatically attack for him.
Oh, and here we go. We already see the dive start coming in from Venom and Magic. But Magic just gets wiped off the map.
And as the Namor turret's just immediately going after that damage dealer for him. He doesn't have to look at her.
So now Norwalk has a slight advantage, player advantage. And their Venom is just all up in there.
He's just making sure that they have to keep looking behind them, because if they keep looking back and forth, they're gonna lose like their stamina in the gameplay, and they're gonna not know what they're doing anymore.
Ooh, that Jeff got caught out alone, but it looks like the dive is working.
It is indeed. The Spider-Man's getting a lot of value right now because the Strange does not know when to block it, and that will be the first point for CSUN.
That was a good little team fight.
And they're going up very early to get an early fight, which will cost them more. It'll more time going back, but if they can hold it, then it'll give them a lot of value.
I actually haven't seen that much of Magic in competitive play either.
Well, since I play Magic, I know you can either play her like as a dive, or you can play her up in the front line with the tanks, which CSUN doesn't really have to do. They already have 2 tanks, but the more damage she does, she'll start healing herself with shield, so she can stay alive way longer.
Oh man, this team fight is actually getting really crazy. Hold on.
Obviously, that is a really good value of Jeff up from there. He has to spit on his teammate, which he does. And if he takes these guys off the map, he doesn't have to go down with them, but he might do it anyway. That was good. And he still jumps off anyway.
You know, he had to make sure. For extra effect.
Emma gets a good choke slam on the Namor. And he still has his shield, so if they don't finish that off, it's a good little backup.
It looks like CCUN is running a heavy dive comp here. I didn't really realize that Venom could be part of that.
Yeah, I think the Venom is like, he doesn't do as much damage, but just him being there is like an annoyance to them. So they have to keep making sure that he's not there. Because if you leave him alone, he can kill you, but he's not strong enough to do it really fast. You just need to make sure you know what you're doing.
And here we see the Spider-Man perfectly like singling out the healers.
He's not even... This Spider-Man's playing really smart. He's not going for the kills. He's just making it so they space out the healers. Which means, like, if they're too far away from the team, they could be by themselves and they're just providing no value.
And it looks like the first point is already going to go to CCUN here if Norwalk doesn't make any moves. They have 4 ultimates to burn, but looks like they're not being able to walk up.
They decided 2-4 here. They didn't make it. The thing is just stuck in their spawn.
The Thing was able to come out here, and it looks like we're going to have a big team fight, but instead of CCUN, they end up getting the Luna ult off. And is that a Jeff ult we see from Norwalk High School?
He does decide to go down with him because the Venom does have a way out with the swing, so he has to make sure he dies. Which is where Norwalk almost take the point, not quite yet. But they all stand on it. This Magic doing a really good time waster with her ult. And as we're seeing, she's doing damage, was giving her shield, just not enough to keep her alive.
Safe now, my friend.
And now we have a point taken by Norwalk.
They can't really go as forward. And a great pull from Spider-Man, taking the Adam Warlock off the map.
An amazing pull from Spider-Man coming out there. That's one of their supports already down coming to this next team fight.
It's an amazing team opener. They don't even have that many. That was Adam with the ultimate. So if he doesn't make it back in time, he can't revive anyone.
And here we see just them kind of poking each other out right now, except for Namor. Namor's about to go down. Same with Jeff.
James does decide to immediately use his ultimate. He hits one player, he hits the Venom. He can't get the kill. He decides to get... He died instead.
Ends up getting taken out. Adam Warlock is back. He does have his ult.
He's reviving anyone that dies, which is immediate.
We have Thing here spamming that holy right click.
I mean, it works. It's giving him shields, keeping him, giving a little dash. And that's the second team fight won by Norwalk, keeping them that 50% on the point.
Now we're on a little more even playing field. Both teams have 2 ults, but I think the more important ult is going to be on the side of Norwalk.
Spider-Man tries to go for another pull, but gets blocked out by the shield. And then his ult cancelled out by a death.
And here we see Thing being more active towards the front line, trying his best to at least. We have Emma Frost ult coming out here. I don't know much about this ult other than it slows you and it makes you not able to use your ultimate.
For Emma's ultimate, the longer she hits you, there's going to be a little diamond symbol above the enemy. And if it fills out, the enemy will be like in a trance and they'll start walking towards you. And so what teams can do is they can really take advantage of that. So they'll notice everyone's coming towards me and they can't attack you back. So go ahead and kill these guys for me. Really taking on like a powerful... Another powerful ult from Strange.
Another ult from Strange.
It looks like he is going to take the Venom this time.
Venom barely gets away.
Using that tentacle, that's what's really good about Venom as a dive. He can get in and out very easily and has a lot of survivability. And Thing gets his ultimate cancelled by the stun of Phoenix.
And he's able to help and get that Jeff off of the map though. Now we have another decent playing field for both teams here, and it looks like Emma Frost is about to go down too.
This is going to be the last team fight. Whoever wins this one should cap the point and take the first match, or take the first point of the match.
They CCUN does decide to portal, but I don't know if it.
Both teams have just portaled actually, so they both have access to spawn and back.
There goes CCUN Jeff again, and Thing pops his ultimate.
Loki is going to die from that. That's one of their best healers there.
It looks like Norwalk has this almost in the bag.
All they have to do is focus out that Venom, and it's just them. Can they hold the point long enough? I don't think that CSUN is going to make it in time. Yeah, they're just being held back. And that is the first point to Norwalk.
That was an amazing, would you say comeback?
I would say comeback.
That was an amazing comeback.
That was straight 0 to 99 of holding them backwards. What's great is they knew not to push. So as you saw, CSUN went to their spawn after taking the point. But Norwalk knew they couldn't do that since they had already 90% on their main ultimate. So they had to stay back and wait for them, which actually played in their favor.
I also believe it's the fact that they also have like 3 movement characters.
They have a way to go in and out.
Super
and
fast.
not deal with them.
Yep. What would you say was like the main key like takeaway point from that match? Like from that point?
So I would say the main takeaway point was those 2 portals. Since Norwalk users later, they used it like right when they died, so everyone was able to come back in the immediate 5 seconds. So it's like they never even died.
Yeah, I did see the portal come out from CCUN, but they were just kind of like waterfalling in, not having everybody there.
They were going one at a time, which is usually a term called staggering.
Yep.
Where you can just take them out one at a time, so the whole team's not there and it's just easier to win.
That's what we saw come out, and here we are on map 2. Don't know any of these maps names. Don't play enough to.
Spider-Man's going to stay on the point, looking for a straggler, which he does find does not get enough time to kill him. CSUN's really on top of making sure that their healers don't get killed by Spider-Man.
And
there's a good
amazing
Spider-Man
pull,
killing the Jeff, which did have his ultimate.
Is able to capitalize off of this? Not as much. Ends up getting cut out by the Psylocke, but
ends up getting punished.
Venom comes in and with his ult to try to back up the Spider-Man, ends up getting the pick. And here we see kind of just ults galore.
Invisible Woman's ult. Venom can't really do much. He might want to escape. It looks like he's gonna stay here and make sure they don't get that point.
Does not work out in his favor. Psylocke ends up getting another kill. Thing is just going in there.
And it seems like Norwalk is going to take the first cap and start building up their points.
And here we see a 1-on-1 against Psylocke and Spider-Man unable to
straight
win.
into the wall.
It's alright. Things happen under pressure. You're gonna be able to get another pull. Not able to this time.
It was blocked by the Strange. Blocked by James. It's a good thing right here. Gets blocked by Strange again. And then grabbed by the Emma.
And Thing ended up wasting the ultimate there.
Oh, they made a mistake. They just double ulted, so both of their healers use their ultimates, which means their next fight they're not going to have either of them.
That is unfortunate, and we see that on the side of Norwalk. The Jeff ult does come out. They do pop the Jeff ult. I was just going to talk about it too. And they have their Adam Warlock ult up again.
Adam Warlock does pop his ultimate. Everyone that dies for the next 5 seconds is going to be revived.
And it looks huge. We already have 3 revives coming out. And that's going to turn the tides. No more ult. Going to turn the tides for this fight. And we see that CSUN had a good chance. And now they're contesting against Norwalk.
As you notice, CSUN does still have the point. So while this whole fight's going on, they are still gaining percentage on the capture.
That is correct. We see that Norwalk is just end up taking them out. I mean, there's only their Spider-Man left, but I believe his best chance was just to get out of there.
And that's Norwalk back with the point at a clean 50%.
They catch out the Spider-Man. They know where he is. Is he going to be able to get another pull? He is not able to.
He's getting punished by the Invis with their own push.
Tries to get away, but does not.
Falling for the stagger. Now Spider-Man has to wait a good 9 seconds to come back.
Is Psylocke fun? Have you played enough Psylocke?
I have played a bit of Psylocke when the game came out. She's a lot better now with the Emma Frost team up. As you guys know, some characters work together with a team up that'll give them special abilities. And what Psylocke and Emma Frost have, an amazing ult by Spider-Man getting both Jaguar the healers. But Emma Frost and Psylocke, it'll allow Psylocke to make clones of herself, so enemies do not know which one to kill.
Oof. And that was a great team fight coming back from CSUN. They only burned 1 ult for that, and they ended up getting, what, 5 kills off of that?
I'll say right now, the next team fight, if they use their ults correctly, Norwalk could take this game back. But CSUN does have the better ultimates with Moon Knight.
Norwalk getting their 4th ult, popping 1. Visible ones, I believe.
Allowing the Moon Knight to punish and the Doctor Strange. getting a good value ultimate. Oh, but Jeff comes in for the save. He takes out both tanks with him.
That is great value. That is an amazing
leaving
value.
the healers with no tanks and just both damage healers.
What a wonderful counterplay by CCUN.
And they still have 2 ults to spare, but Norwalk has almost all 5 of their ultimates ready. So they can come back swinging.
This next team fight is probably going to go in the favor of Norwalk here. But they do end up getting an early pick on the Psylocke. They do have enough time to just not stagger, wait for their team to come back, and that looks like what they're trying to do.
And both teams do still have their strange portal, so each fight can come back immediately.
And here we see
Just looking for a good ult. Gets his own teammate instead. He should spit him out immediately, but he's just leaving him alive. They had all 5 ultimates, not really using the correct way, and they're getting punished a lot by this Emma Frost.
Well, here we see Adam Wolak sells his ult. They're still able to get 2 picks, which is probably going to end up working in their favor. Emma Frost, you see the portal coming up.
CSU coming back in with that portal, going in one at a time though, but not with her team. Allowing the Strange to die immediately. Moon Knight playing from the portal, not going in quite yet. It's a bit of a risk because you don't know when it's going to close.
Spider-Man just went in. Oh, they're just going in.
There goes the Ankh. He has his ultimate. He does immediately place it down.
Able to get the thing, but not able to get the kill. Gets caught out. I don't even know who that was. Was that Psylocke?
That was Psylocke and thing working together. Emma Frost is down, allowing Norwalk to take the 2nd point and take the 1st game.
What a great showing from Norwalk.
It is now 1-0 with the best of 7 and first of 4.
That was an amazing play by Norwalk. I mean, they could have counter ulted, kind of how like CCUN did against their Invisible Woman ult. But I mean, I guess in the end of the day, it didn't matter since they didn't capitalize enough during the Invisible Woman ult to really make Norwalk struggle during that.
CSUN could have made a comeback when Norwalk wasted all 5 of their ultimates, but they didn't really punish it as well as they could have, which would allow Norwalk to go ahead and keep playing as they usually were without any punishment. And usually you don't want to allow one team to just make so many mistakes and not capitalize on it.
Got you. And I mean, honestly, that was a really good fight. Saw some amazing team fights there. We saw, I believe, I think the second part of that game or that match was like
that 2nd round was just really it's a lot better going back and forth.
Back and forth, yep.
Instead of just having one and then another right after.
Spider-Man getting three off maps. 2
of them were really valuable. Then once Strange noticed that he was doing that, he started blocking them a lot better.
That was a great change mid-game, like being able to pick up on that and just knowing like, all right, well, this Spider-Man's gonna keep trying to do this. I'm gonna not allow him.
Everyone's safe with the shield.
Correct.
Doing his job as a tank, making sure his healers and his damage healers are all safe.
It was unfortunate that on the side of I believe Norwalk, their Jeff was only able to get
his own teammate.
I mean, it happens. It happens.
And usually you'd want to spit him out immediately, but he decided to leave him in his mouth, which did not allow the thing to get any value for his team.
I mean, we know like on the side of Jeff, I believe didn't they nerf his ultimate like a while back?
They did, but then they made it better. So once he does go in, there's like a little puddle of water where everyone can heal, and then when he eats his own teammates, they heal up. But his thing was already fully healed, so there was no reason to just keep him in his mouth for no reason.
That is insane. I did not know about these updates. What are you expecting to see coming into the 2nd match?
I want to see if Norwalk is going to keep banning the same characters, and if CSUN is going to target ban any of them specifically, like saying, "Oh, this is really bad for us. Let me make sure it doesn't happen this round." Really showing like the learning capability and the adaptability of this game.
And here we are coming into the 2nd match, looking at the map picks this time around. What map are you hoping to see being played here, if any?
I actually don't see much of a Clintar convergence.
I am kind of I do want to see a little bit of 2099. It is one of my favorite maps.
2099 is a really great map.
It's one of my favorite maps. A little off, like a little off-topic thing, but last night when I was playing, I picked I picked Blade for like 80% of my games. Oh, speaking of 2099,
They do end up picking up Convoy.
we are going to see 2099 later.
If you guys don't know what Convoy is, there's going to be a mission objective where there's like a little car and your team has to stay near it and take it all the way to the other side.
I hope we do see this Mr. Fantastic being played here. As much as I hate Mr. Fantastic, he's fun to watch.
And we saw this from Norwalk earlier where they kept banning Magneto. I wonder if they're also going to ban Phoenix as they usually do. Protecting the thing.
Their
It's a
thing
really great
was going
idea.
crazy.
Let's see who CSU decides to protect.
And on the side of CSUN, we do see that they still chose to ban Bucky, protecting their Spider-Man. I mean, honestly, Spider-Man on this map, it goes hand to hand.
There's like a lot of off the map spots where Spider-Man can pull people. So if you're not aware of your surroundings, you could just get punished very easily.
No ban.
It looks like no ban from CSUN.
Everybody's a little confused.
Looks like they meant to ban Psylocke, but we're not able to do it in time. Let's see if Norwalk still keeps that ban anyway. Deciding to ban Venom. They did see the Venom going back and forth on that first round.
They believe that that Venom and their dive comp could be an issue there, which would probably be the reasoning for the ban. You think it's a good idea to ban Strange?
I would say yes and no. The problem is if they ban Strange, they can't use it
They can't
either,
use Strange, yeah.
which means no team has access to the portals.
Protecting Jeff.
Protecting Daredevil.
The
Looks like,
insta-protect Daredevil. Ooh.
looks like we're going to see some Daredevil gameplay from CSUN.
I'm excited. Daredevil was one of the only few shows that I watched from Marvel. Other than like Moon Knight. So I've only seen up to season 2, but I'm really excited.
What's really great about Daredevil is I saw on the sidelines one of these players practicing, and he looks very promising with his gameplay. So I'm hoping to see how that works in the middle of a game.
I'll have to ban Namor as well.
And the typical Phoenix ban, as Norwalk has been doing these past games.
They just don't want to go against the Phoenix.
All day they've just been banning Magneto, Phoenix. They do not have a good time, it seems. Norwalk seemed to go Wolverine.
I'm excited to see this Wolverine in play. And Daredevil.
We're going to see a Daredevil versus a Wolverine. Two very amazing picks. Can go good or bad on each side, depending on how it's played.
I do not like Penny Parker. I would say that as much. She's really unfun to play against.
Usually I always try to ban her, because just dealing with the mines usually is not my best strong suit. Especially when I'm playing Magic, I don't like to get up close and personal to the mines, because it's just worse for me.
And she could stagger you. She could similar to Spider-Man, she could wrap you, correct?
Exactly. She has a right click that's even worse than Spider-Man's. Also going with the Rocket team up, which is allowing Penny to get 2 different types of mines, allowing her to cover a lot more of the area with her webs, which she does not decide to do actually, and keep it all in one spot.
Dude, this is gonna be a hard push. It looks like.
It looks like they're opting for like full man defense, nobody going for attacking. Seeing Angela picked by CSUN, they're gonna get pulled a lot. We're gonna see her spear piercing at the enemy, pushing him out of position, which he just tried but got punished by the Invisible Woman.
Unable to get capitalized there, but I mean, I guess it's just like the first interaction, trying to get poking out. But he's able to try to get the Penny there, and we see on the side of Wolverine able to get a lot of damage and able to capitalize off it by getting.
That is 2 down from CSUN.
Is that Angela? Able to get Angela?
They were able to get Angela and Spider-Man.
And Spider-Man.
Wolverine going for another, using the rocket jump to get even further, getting the Emma Frost down. And that is another kill from the Wolverine.
This is wonderful Wolverine gameplay we're seeing here. And he's fully charged up.
Looks like he's going for another rocket jump to make sure the enemy goes even further back into far.
I'm hoping to see some Daredevil. I actually don't know much about Daredevil in terms of this game. I don't know how he can be capitalized or used.
So as you can see, Norwalk has Invisible Woman, but the good thing about Daredevil is he can see Invisible Woman while she's invisible. So there's nowhere for her to hide if he finds her.
That's a cool detail. I didn't know that. Oh man, another pick off of the Spider-Man. And that should be one DPS out for a little bit. I mean, here's Daredevil back, and Norwalk is pretty deep in, but I don't know if they're going to be able to capitalize off of this. Outside of CSUN.
It looks like their Spider-Man can't get as much value because they know what he can do now, and they're making sure it's like, hey, we're not going to allow you to do this anymore.
And this Emma Frost ult is going to be very important for his next fight coming up. This decides to
She
pop
hits
it
and no
just
shields
now.
coming out until the last second. Nobody was in the trance, allowing Hela to get her ultimate.
The Emma Frost shield coming out.
As well as the Invisible Woman ultimate.
Unable to see anything. I love Invisible Woman ult. Unless it's
Daredevil
against
hitting
me.
his ultimate. Gets killed by Penny Parker's mind while in the ultimate. That's one of the bad things about Penny, but good for Penny, allowing those mines to automatically kill her enemies for her.
Another Invisible Woman ult coming out here. A grab by Emma Frost, and we see that on the side of Norwalk they have 2 ults to burn. And CSUN has almost 3 here.
It seems Norwalk is just making sure CSUN does not move anything past Penny's mind, just allowing her to just take control of the entire map.
That blind actually makes me paranoid. I don't like that blind.
James coming in with a good portal, hits 3 supports.
Huge ult, able to get it.
Gets hit by Emma Frost. Wolverine coming in.
It looks like this is going to be a cleanup.
Spider-Man hitting his ultimate.
Attempt at a counter ult here. Unable to pull it off fully. Emma gets actually taken out, I think, during her ultimate. Here we see Wolverine trying to catch this Spider-Man, but it does not matter as he's going to be taken out by the Woman anyways.
1 minute left on the attack timer for CSUN until they swap sides.
That was an amazing attempt by CSUN to try to counter ult there, but it didn't work out in their favor. And here we see another team fight coming in.
Cloak and Dagger coming in. Here's a Doctor Strange ultimate. Wolverine looking for it, gets 3. He might be able to kill all of them. He decides to go back for Seam.
It's going to be a very close team fight here. Invisible Woman ult is up and active, healing the team on the side of Norwalk. And it looks like Norwalk actually is going to be the one able to capitalize the most out of this team fight. Still have the Penny Parker ult up and ready. Now Emma Frost is very, very low. Both tanks are pretty low. And they're able to kill the Spider-Man once again.
It looks like they've just shut down this Spider-Man entirely. I want to see how CSUN is going to end up pivoting. They use both the support at the same time. It won't matter as much for this fight since it's almost the last fight.
Penny Parker running around.
Penny's getting a kill with her ultimate. Doctor Strange hits nobody with his ultimate.
This looks like it's
CSUN's going out one at a time, leaving just one left with not enough time.
I believe that should be the map.
That is 60 meters for CSUN. Now they're going to swap sides.
That was an amazing defense. I mean, I already knew it was going to be kind of hard to play against that Penny Parker.
That Penny and Wolverine were just doing an amazing job against him. Now we're going to see if Norwalk can just beat those 60 meters. Or if CSUN can actually hold the same way. Looks like we're going to see Magic and BP playing at the same time.
Oh, we're getting some Iron Man gameplay as well.
What's great about Magic and Doctor Strange is their team up ability is a chain. So you can put 2 people together. So if you were to hit the Iron Man, it would pull him all the way down to the ground instead of letting him fly and do nothing.
I forgot about that change. I read up about the patch note or the update for that and I completely slipped my mind.
It looks like we're going to see more Jeff from Norwalk.
Oh, we have a Black Panther coming into play today.
They're also playing triple support again, going Jeff, Mantis, and Cloak and Dagger.
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It doesn't seem like CSUN has been able to capitalize on the less ultimates.
We will be able to see this Spider-Man more into play, though, this time around.
Him and Angela both being able to take them off the map at the start. Let's see if they can both take enemies at the top or if they're going to just leave it for nothing.
I just love seeing the threat of Iron Man, Spider-Man, and Angela just all sitting here. But here they are waiting. Had a feeling, had an idea where they were. Are they gonna be able to capitalize?
Gets a good pull,
Not
does not take him off the map.
able to. Very, very close. Close attempt. Black Panther's able to get taken out by Angela, I believe.
Wolverine taken back into the spawn as we saw earlier with the rocket jump. Taking down Cloak and Dagger.
That's already one healer down on the side of CCUN. Fighting to contest this. Doctor Strange is in a corner, but able to get out. And it looks like they...
Angela looking for the pull, but she missed it. Has to go back into her team, allowing them to go more and more further with the cart. They don't have much room to work with if they allow them to go further. Black Panther looking for a good pick on the top. He's dashing around the enemy backline, and it looks like he's going to take down the Iron Man.
And we have Spider-Man swinging back into the fight, trying to save, I believe, their Thor. Could not see. Yes, their Thor. And they're holding on pretty well. They're trading pretty decently, but here comes out the rocket ult.
CSUN just getting shredded by their Doctor Strange. And it looks like
with
0.7 kills the last player, and that is the second game going to Norwalk.
Amazing showing by Norwalk. They've been coming out swinging.
They have like a very good power roll going on. CSUN decided to not pivot with the Iron Man, with the Spider-Man. They just left him there without giving us much value, without missing the pools.
Who is that character at the end we see there?
Black Panther?
No, the 2099 map.
That is the Master Weaver.
I don't know anything about 2099 or Spider-Man.
Norwalk's team member Map, as we saw in his Black Panther, is one of their best players. He's been doing really well at taking space and getting good kills on both sides, both attack and defense.
Now Wolverine is also doing quite amazing there. I mean, it looks like it's just... Would it be too early to be saying sweep? Would it be...
It might be a sweep. Norwalk did sweep earlier.
Norwalk is coming out and they're showing up.
Depending on how CSUN plays, if they decide to pivot or not, Norwalk might just take the entire sweep.
I believe I don't know if it's fully true, but I believe the smarter choice would to not be play the Spider-Man as much anymore.
Yeah, it looks like they've shut down the Spider-Man, so there's no use really out of him anymore. There's not much you can do anymore.
No, Spider-Man's not able to capitalize as much at all coming into the last match, and even second half of the first map, if I remember correctly. Unable to just... I mean, he almost had a good pull on that last map, but that's about all that I can recall that happened.
That's all the value could have gave, and they should realize that they need to pivot their Spider-Man to someone else. And we didn't see much of the Daredevil either. He got shut down by the Penny and decided that it's just not the right time yet.
It's unfortunate. Would you count that as a counter pick?
I would count that as a counter pick. Daredevil's a melee character, and Penny Parker's just really good at shutting down like every melee character in the game.
That explains why I hate Penny Parker. I'm basically one-trick Hulk main, so Penny Parker and Venom specifically are the two things I hate the most. They kind of either stop me or get away scot-free.
Just ruin the time for you.
They do just ruin the time. It's not fun playing Bruce Banner into Hulk into either of the two. But what are your expectations for this third match coming in?
I want to see if CSU can change up how the characters are played. Maybe decide to go for like a Bucky to shut down their Black Panther. Or see if they swap their tanks around, because they have been going Emma Angela almost every single round.
I do want to see what is going to be happening. I think the thing I really want to see the most is Daredevil. I'm not gonna lie to you. I haven't seen Daredevil I haven't seen that much of competitive play or pro play, but Daredevil is one of my favorite characters in Marvel. So I really do hope to see some play coming out from him.
Daredevil, the good thing about that is Daredevil is a really well-rounded character. It just needs to be like the right time and not going into Penny Parker, which is like one of their worst choices.
What do you think about Blade? Blade a solid choice.
Blade is a solid choice, especially with his vampire form, so he doesn't really need his own healers. But he can get shut down very easily if they just look at him. Because if they all focus onto the Blade, there's not much he can do. He can't heal fast enough, especially taking reduced healing in his own form.
Yep. I've been in that situation. Random topic, but have you tried the zombie mode, correct?
I have tried the zombie mode.
Have you played Blade in zombie mode? It is so fun.
I have not, but I've seen other people attacking very fast, just Beyblade spinning the entire time.
I wasn't able to finish it on hard mode, but I ended up pulling out 4 million damage.
I think right now I'm on Nightmare 2 of the zombie mode.
I heard magic sucks in that mode. Is it true?
I've been using magic. It's not as well.
Okay. Who have you been using then?
Just mainly magic.
Okay.
Her attack speed is just carrying her a lot of the way.
I mean, that's what it is with Blade too. They call it what, Beyblading? You know, little play on his name. What is he from? I actually don't know. I know he's from like a Marvel, but I don't know what. Like,
I'm actually not sure. He's one of the characters I don't know much about actually, as well as Angela.
he's kind of like a comic only character, and Angela too. Yeah.
We did see Blade in the Wolverine and Deadpool movie, just for a slight bit.
Do you hope that the Blade movie will come out? I do. I actually kind of do.
I hope a Gambit movie comes out.
Gambit, okay.
Gambit's one of my favorite characters, and he's rumored to be the next character to come out.
You know who I'm excited about?
Who are you excited about?
Doom. I want Doom to come out so bad.
I am actually very excited for Doom as well.
Are you excited for the movie?
I can't wait for the movie to come out.
Dude, the cast for the movie looks so fun.
It looks very stacked, and it looks like we're gonna get a lot of good. I wonder how long it's gonna be with all those members, and how it's gonna really play out.
Oh man, you think they're gonna do a 3-hour film?
A 3-hour Marvel film.
A 3-hour Marvel film.
I would sit down and enjoy all of that.
I would enjoy all that. They're saying 6-7 in chat. That is so funny.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, no, the Doom film. I'm very excited to see. Mainly because I love Doom. I mean, have you seen their fighting game coming out, Token?
I have. I haven't got to play it, but I've seen like a lot of clips of it.
Have you seen the MVP or the screen win for Doom?
I have not.
Dude, he has
Doom
so much
a
aura.
very good character, very cool character. There's
Probably,
not really much wrong you could do with him.
He probably has the most aura in the entirety of Marvel. Like, to put into perspective, I'd say he has like he's like the Darth Vader of Marvel.
I would say that as well. I think they need to make Magic more mainstream. Give her more movies. The one movie she was in, she was like not the best in that movie.
I didn't even know she had a move. I didn't know
she was in the New Mutants movie.
Oh, I have not
seen it. Got a Rainbow 6-7, bro.
And here we are coming to the third map. So we were able to see the 2099 being played. I'm happy about that. And what do you think the map is going to be this time? Is that the Blades map?
It looks like they're hovering over Central Park.
Is that Blades map?
That is Blades map.
Okay. I know you wanted to see convergence on what was it, Clintar?
On Clintar. I wanted to see how they do against Norwalk on Clintar. Looks like they're going to go with Convergence Central Park.
I think one of the coolest things about Blades is that not only does he use a sword, he has that shotgun as a
shotgun and a sword.
The first time I played them, my friend told me, and we see actually the Penny Parker getting banned. That is.
It looks like they have had enough of that Penny Parker just ruling them.
I mean, hey, Daredevil's in question now. Side of Norwalk still banning their Magneto and protecting Bucky. Bucky this time. Ooh.
Because CSU has been banning Bucky every single game.
They
didn't get to because they wanted to go for Penny. Going for an Ultron Protect. Let's see if we can get a good Ultron game. I was really hyped for Ultron's release. He's one of my favorite characters in Marvel as well.
I didn't think he was going to be a support.
He's not much of a support as like the other supports are. He just has a drone. And he's more of a damage dealer.
He's similar to like Zenyatta?
Yeah.
Oof. That's okay, never mind. I like Ultron now. You see the Venom band coming in, and actually the Strange band. That's something we were just talking about.
So it looks like no portals for either team.
Now it's just play your life as much as you can. And
just
they protect their
Wolverine.
I do want to, I hope we see some Daredevil gameplay. I really want to see some Daredevil gameplay. And side of CSU and trying to figure out what to protect here. I bet it would be pretty confusing in competitive play to not get a ban and try to remember what ban you're trying to, like, say in chat.
What's crazy, he just said for Aura is crazy.
For Aura, none. That is insane.
Saying that while not having the lead is kind of crazy to do.
I mean, it looks like at this point they're just trying to get some plays in. We're getting 6-7 up in here again, and the Psylocke band coming out.
Even they admitted the O2 aura. Looks like the Daredevil band from
insane.
Norwalk. Looks like we will not get to see Daredevil this gameplay.
Unfortunate.
Which they could have decided to protect Daredevil, but they decided to go for no protect.
It's okay. It's okay. If they do win this, they do gain some aura back.
They get their chance back.
They get their aura. And here we see that Rocket Raccoon being played again. Do you think we're gonna see triple healer again?
They've been very consistent with that, so I would not be surprised if they did.
It looks like they're opting not to.
It looks like they're deciding to go 2-2-2. 2 tanks, 2 damage, 2 supports.
I'm excited to see this Bucky. You've been hyping this Bucky up, so I want to see this Bucky.
This guy's Bucky is very amazing. His pulls are on point. He knows exactly when to use every chain. He's just very decisive and very smart with what he chooses to do.
The first time I saw Bucky, I thought he was like similar to McCree. I was like, he's not similar to McCree because his pull.
His pull is very punishing if the enemy doesn't know what they're doing.
He can throw hands very well.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
Oh man,
2.
I want to see how Norwalk plays without the triple healer comp, but I'm gonna guess it's roughly the same as we've seen prior. Things coming back out to play. Oh man, already hooking.
Groot enemy
out.
you're having to deal with. Oh, another stun. It's going stun after stun all the way into the enemy team's time.
Try to get off this group, but not able to. Still a lot of good damage.
Even with all of that,
charge.
and he still stays alive.
I mean, we see on the side of Bucky here. He's already almost old.
Almost at 70% ultimate. Getting a good pull. Is he gonna get anybody? There's the Groot all the way in the enemy team's backline again, as we just saw.
Oh man, he is building walls, getting away. And
Going for the Ultron, missing it. Almost has ultimate. Going for another pull.
Great fight here, coming out. Able to get 2 and not able to capitalize as much as he is alone. Getting chased down. Does he know? Oh, he knows now, unable to do anything.
CSUN taking the first point that fast.
Norwalk having their Bucky ult and CSUN having their Moon Knight ult.
That allows them 5 minutes of time to bring this car as far as possible.
We see Angela into play again. I'm kind of expecting more out of the Angela pick here. Already getting 1 pick off by the, I believe, Emma. Popping 3 ults at the same time.
They did win that team fight, so it allows them to get even more leverage. And they have no change portal.
They really wanted this push here.
Absolutely. They have 1 support ult left for the next fight.
Absolutely 180 from what we've seen from CSUN previously. But they don't have an ult yet. Mantis ult not ready yet. So
I just noticed now they didn't typically. Oh, Bucky stuck on the map. No ultimate from him. They didn't ban Phoenix this time, so now they are playing Phoenix. Jeff gets only the Invisible Woman, is not able to take him off the map. Norwalk Chef isn't able to get value anymore.
Angela almost here with her ult, just getting grabbed in a really bad spot.
Is
now
able to take one down with her.
Still very low though. Has her ult ready, but I don't know if she'll be able to capitalize up in time. Not able to. And I believe it looks like this is going to go to CSUN for the first point.
About to get another point off, adding even more time to their current 4 minutes.
This is where you
giving them another 5 minutes for the last push.
This is where you start to dread the Doctor Strange no pick, huh?
I think this is what they're going at. They're really stepping it up this matchup for sure.
Angela's just flying around here, trying to capitalize. Unable to get the pick, coming back around. Now we have the Ultron gameplay here. He has ult ready. CSUN has 4 ults ready to pop. Outside of Norwalk, 2, almost 3 from Bucky.
I believe Angela's waiting for the map to shift. In a couple of seconds, this map is going to change the bridge. And that's when Angela will be able to use her ultimate.
It worked the grab, pushing her in the corner, but I don't think she's going to capitalize as much. Bucky in position for the ultimate. Angela pops her ultimate. Wonderful ultimate. Bucky's going to be able to capitalize.
Everyone's ult just being placed out at once. Only Magic's using her ultimate right now. Only Groot and I was pressing that Ultron. Luna coming in with the ultimate. The last ultimate they have. They also have Star-Lord, who just got his ultimate.
Star-Lord popping his ultimate here. We're going to see absolute lasers coming from this guy, but is he going to be able to capitalize as much? Does not look like it gets picked off.
Does get the Star-Lord. Does get the Luna. They push Groot off the map.
This is a crazy team fight.
It looks like map has swapped off Bucky and gone to Black Panther. Which means the supports are going to have to be a lot more...
Another
Oh, Moon Knight
off.
gets away back
Oh,
up.
he gets up, not able to get the pick.
And
but
punishes the Angela.
Gets the Angela that, I mean, he probably knew it was going to happen. He looked like he was ready
like,
for
you're
that.
not taking me, I'm taking you.
Complete 180 on the kill there.
It looks like Norwalk has swapped back to their triple support. It looks like it's one of their deciding factors that they want to keep.
Dude, this game has been pretty crazy. It's only the first half.
Ooh, Black Panther getting punished by that
Panther
Ultron,
getting
getting
caught
revived. I wonder where we're going to see this Moon Knight ultimate.
I bet you very soon here.
Here
there
comes
you
it out.
go.
As we said, does not get as many people as he would like to. Magic's up in their front.
Actually just going in.
Magic he almost fell off the map.
Almost fell off the map, but it's okay. It's okay. We didn't see it.
Ultron coming in with the ultimate. Magic used her ultimate. They have to focus the Magic or she's going to be going in their back line.
Speaking of their back line, able to get one.
And their Black Panther.
Black Panther getting another. This looks like...
They're murdering. That's a whole team wipe.
This looks like an ace.
Leaving Ultron for last. But they still have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to push for the rest of the time.
I am excited to see these next few team fights coming up. Norwalk putting an amazing Valiant effort. Funny enough, complete 180 from the 180 earlier. They did a full 360. Now they're back.
They got their triple support back, and they're like, yeah, we're coming back. You're not going any further.
Gru ult, if I remember correctly, is similar like Malga, right? Where he just kind of traps everybody.
You just keep everyone in the same spot. As well as Angela as well.
Ooh, back line out. I mean, Black Panther really capitalizing up here. They have 2 ults on side of Norwalk. Basically 4 on CSU. And opting to pop
Here
Gru
comes the
ult.
Gru
Gets
ultimate.
4.
Gets 3, 4, 5. Only Moon Knight left.
Moon Knight's going to be late to the party. He was taken out very early in this team fight. And what a wonderful ult. That was crazy. I mean, but they do have Gru ult on this side of CSUN. So
CSUN has 4 of their ultimates ready. While Norwalk only has twice. They have both support ults. And CSUN has
look at this
both their
deadly
supports as
duo.
well.
Look at this deadly little backlining duo. Oh, they're ready.
They're going in for it. That Rocket's gonna have a bad time. Here he goes. Black Panther decides to go for the missing the dash.
And here we see ults coming out from CSUN, getting the invisible woman's ult and Gru ult, and
there's Matt.
They're going back and forth in terms of trading right now, but Norwalk is able to take
Moonlight's
a little
down.
bit
Looks
more.
Another team wipe again.
Oh man.
I guess it really was the triple support deciding how good they were gonna play.
And here we go back up here again. Deadly little pounce here ready. I mean, he has ult.
They both divers have ultimate. They might do another play, just draining that time for the 5 minutes that they had.
Okay, Invisible One had to see him, right?
Oh my god, that's a whole team. Here's ultimate. Gets 2.
Gets 2. Is he gonna be able to get the 3rd? Not able to, but Magic comes in. She has her ult ready. I mean, that was only one ultimate. They already took out what? Both healers?
Both a healer and a tank. Actually, both healers. The healer got revived by Rocket.
And then the tank got taken out. And we have Gru ult already.
They're really just wasting
Gru
the time.
coming back in with the
coming
ult.
in with the 3 down. Another 4. Another team wipe going to CSUN.
Oh, the play blocking him off so he's not able to get away. And that is
carrying into CSUN.
Man, that was an insane.
That was
Man,
an insane hold. Did not let them get that last point.
you gotta see Norwalk is able to show up during this push though. That was crazy. That was a crazy defense.
They got their triple support. Can they keep it on attack and get the same energy to CSUN.
If you're CCUN, what would you be like talking with your team about? Like, oh, we gotta watch out for the back line, or
I think what they really have to do is just focus on those healers. If they keep that triple support alive, then they're just gonna keep getting like shredded one at a time. And those team wipes, they keep happening.
yeah.
They just gotta be ready for that.
I mean,
It's not really their fault. The way the cart was, they all went in that same small little room, allowing that Black Panther and Magic to just go one at a time and keep killing him over and over.
I like this magic skin. We've been staring at it for a while.
It's actually a recolor.
It's a recolor of what? Like,
It's the same skin, but it's usually like all purple with the gray hair.
I gotta see the other one. I gotta see if I like that one more.
I had this. It's one of the first skins I bought in this game.
I like this skin because it reminds me of Miku. CCUN. It doesn't look like any changes other than Groot to Thor, and then Norwalk. I don't believe changed anyone except for their Mantis, which I think was Ultron. No, I don't remember.
Both sides do the exact same comp, except Groot swapping to Thor on CSUN.
Did a full 360 just to make sure there's nobody running around trying to backline.
Let's see if Norwalk gives that same energy with an early
And
point.
they're trying to cancel
Ooh.
out this. Yep, backline.
They're not allowing the same thing that happens to them. Groot really taking back, just like at the beginning of this game with the other team. They're doing it back to them. Getting shredded. He's getting killed at the same time, doing enough. Staying alive. He's walking back. He can't take this team fight.
I mean, it is rough to kill somebody with 3 healers. And here we see, I believe their Ultron is probably going to be paying attention to their backliners the most. Would you count Ultron as a counter to dive for backline?
If you're not near any walls, I would say yes. But if you're near a wall, you're just allowing them to walk
Magic
by.
getting a good
Magic coming
2K.
in, that good value. I have to say I'm rooting for this Magic player because I do love to play Magic.
Trying to get the third. Looks like they got away, but I mean, here's Black Panther trying to get this Ultron. Able to get the Ultron. Is that hard to do?
That's 2 picks.
That looked insane. Is that hard to do?
Going up and down. That is actually very hard to do without the walls
Yo,
there.
props to the Black Panther there. And it looks like they're going to get this point. I mean, even if CCUN comes back, they're going to be trickling in, staggering, and giving Norwalk ult charge here.
And as we saw, the Strange Man not being able to let them come back for both sides, allowing now Norwalk having 5 minutes on their time. Looks like they're giving them that same energy, allowing them to keep going forward.
I'm ready to see this amazing Groot ult. He's been nothing but hitting absolute bangers inside in the terms of ults. I mean, they're all bunched
There
up
he goes,
here.
another one.
Another ult, getting
Coming,
3 of
getting
them.
2, 3.
Oh, but good trades coming out from CCUN, but are they able to keep capitalizing off of it? I don't believe not. Magic almost getting the kill, but gets pushed back. Still has her ultimate ready. Able to capitalize. Does not matter. Still going crazy. I mean, trying to get the support, but it looks like she's getting
Going a bit too far. Emma got revived.
overheating a little bit. There's 5 ults ready for Norwalk.
CSUN only has 3. They burn one, they burn 2.
They burn both supports again. With the Emma coming out. Good
Norwalk is
good
already
value.
almost at the point with 4 minutes left.
Here we see Black Panther trying to get away. I think CCUN likes to burn both the support ults. I don't think it was a mistake with the first time. Now.
Looks like Thor has gotten his ultimate. His Ultron sees the Black Panther, but he's not getting the hits.
Trying to get up this Black Panther. I mean, was distracted for a little bit. Knows he's in the back line, but has to worry about his team. And here we
Here's
go.
the Black
Here's
Panther
the
coming in.
Diving in.
Both support swords
supports
used.
popped again, with Thor included. And we have the Mantis coming out to try to, not have as much damage. And Invisible Woman. So both 2 supports popped ult here for Norwalk. Black Panther trying to capitalize. Able to get one of the supports in backline. Able to get 2. Able to get 3.
Another, almost a team wipe if they can get these last 2.
Very low though. I don't think it will be possible. And it looks like, Norwalk just has
They might
to
have
get
enough
this.
time for one more cap. But it looks like they're going to leave it, allowing them to get another point, giving them 4 minutes. It looks like it was the same for both sides. But the only question is, can CSUN hold them back far enough, just like Norwalk did to them?
Magic is chasing down this Thor. Oh my Jesus. Thank you. And I mean, the backlining has been an issue for CCUN. It seems like for all 3 maps. And oh man,
a selfish ultimate only for one. It looks like it worked out.
Trying to block off this Thor. They were able to get the kill anyways, even though he was not alive. I mean,
what CSUN is like making a mistake really right now is they're allowing the cart, like they're playing so far back that the cart's just going so much more further when they should be on the cart.
It looks like it's a better pace.
They have 3 minutes and the cart's already so close to them. If they don't do something about it, they're gonna fall for the same thing they did twice in a row.
And here we see Thor getting off that switch to thing here.
Ooh, Black Panther getting shut down on his ultimate.
Magic ult still has not been popped. We've seen it like the entire match.
This entire match, not a single ultimate pop. We might see it soon though for the game decider.
He's low. Almost falls off the map
Almost
again.
falls off the,
Decides to?
We gotta hope that was on purpose.
It looks like it was. They're offering to team fight this. I mean, hey, no ult charge for the enemy, I guess.
This is true.
Just more time wasted. Not really. I mean, they've allowed the cart to push
they
up
have
so far.
2 minutes and 50 seconds to do this. They have all the time in the world right now.
4 ults, almost all ults on the side of CCUN. Magic popping ult here, trying to capitalize, but gets counter ulted by both supports.
Ultron shredding down Magic's XP. Thing with the ultimate, Invis with the ultimate. Angela takes someone off the map.
Able to get one off the map. One of the more important ones off the map.
Oh, Angela with the 3.
Huge 3K.
CSUN is able to hold just how Norwalk did to them. They just have to do it for 2 more minutes.
Now they only have 1 ult on the side of CSUN and what looks like 3 coming from Norwalk very soon. Bucky back in play.
Let's see if we can get any good pulls in this part of the map.
And here we have Moon Knight. His ultimate's ready. I mean, this is a good portion of the map to ult
on the
it.
support. Actually does not ult.
Groot able to get 2 picks here. Able to get the 2 picks off of Groot's ult. Now they're dueling down. Only 2 left. 3 left alive.
The good thing about Bucky's ultimate is the more he kills, the more he gets it back.
Unable to hit it on Rocket here.
Really showing his evasive technique.
Oh man.
Not getting it. Oh my
man.
God.
Yeah, I mean he was doing
4 meters
good,
left. 1 minute left. They have to hold the cart.
I don't know. I don't think this is going to be enough on the side of CSUN. Nope.
Norwalk takes the point, allowing good for a game win 3.
And that is a Norwalk sweep. That was.
We still have 1 more game. If Norwalk can win this last game,
Norwalk.
this
Okay,
is 4-0. Norwalk sweep 4-0.
Man, that is crazy. That was a crazy third match. I mean,
that would mean every game Norwalk played, they 4-0'd.
Is that actually? Man, Norwalk really showing up here today. I mean, if they're able to, that'd be insane.
That would be insane. Only wins all day.
No L's. I am excited to see.
The orb ban was not. It did not work out.
Did not work out. I am excited to see the 4th map here because now CSUN is now on the back pedal. Now they have to really show up, or it's gonna be a big this is kind of disappointment.
It really allows them to think like, we have to change something, and we have to do it now, or else we have to lose. We have to keep winning from here on out.
And that was actually a really good match coming into this 3rd map here and 3rd map pick. Really unfortunate we didn't get to see Daredevil.
Really, Daredevil was banned. It looks like Norwalk did not want to have to deal with that at all.
I think the Penny Parker was a good ban. I mean, CCUN was able to put up more of a fight there, but at the moment that Norwalk switched to their 3 healer comp, it was
really their turning point. And that Strange ban doing good and bad, not allowing either team for the portal.
I mean, the Strange ban actually came in clutch. Unironically. And I think the main problem for that last map was that they just didn't try to stop point.
He just left the card alone.
Man. I really do hope we see some Daredevil. Dude, I want this Daredevil to come out and play. Or Blade.
Or Blade.
I love both of them. So either or Hulk, but I don't know.
I can't say Blade will come out of Norwalk because I didn't see them earlier, but it might come out of CSUN.
I am excited for this next map coming up. We didn't see the Spider-Man that time.
Looks like the Spider-Man. They noticed that Spider-Man isn't doing enough anymore.
I mean,
They
that was a
decided to
good
not go
switch.
for it.
I mean, CCN was able to capitalize off of that switch. It is so interesting that like multiple support ults are popped at the same time.
You think that's where CSUN's like very out of sync. So you don't want to use them all at the same time. You want to save them like one at a time. But it seems like they keep using them at the same time with no coordination, which is allowing them to keep getting team marked over and over.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of rough. Honestly, playing into 3 supports. There's 3 ults that you have to worry about.
I mean, the only way, other than just going for their DPS or for their tanks, only way to really counter is to go triple support yourself. That's all you can really do.
Yeah. You think the dive would have worked better for that?
It would, but they also have dive themselves.
Yeah.
So that since they're solo tanking, they need to go for the support, which they're not doing.
It'll be like dive trading. Like, you dive my team, I'll dive your team. We'll see who dives better.
So many clips of them just looking at each other as they walk to each other's team.
I thought it was so funny that the Invisible Girl was just there and not seeing the Black Panther.
Just allowing him to get ready for that big attack.
Yeah, to get that backline. I mean, we saw a crazy ultimate coming out from him. I think first part of the map right there. Getting 3 or 4. And then it's crazy 180 to hit the Ultron out the sky.
Goes going up and down on the Ultron, hitting that last dash.
That was crazy, man. I'm still like in awe. Kind of reminds me of a little bit of Genji. A little bit of Genji.
A little bit of those Genji dashes.
A little bit of Genji dashes. You gotta explain. Okay, you gotta explain to. We gotta talk about this game in Overwatch terms. The first time I saw Black Panther, I thought he was Genji, and then I saw Psylocke, and I was like, nah, she's probably Genji.
Psylocke's a bit more of a Genji, but she doesn't get her dash back without getting attacked.
I mean, oh, man. This.
And if you really want to put it in terms, technically Spider-Man's the Genji because everyone uses him. And it's just not good. Like all those Insta-lock Genjis are just not good, just like those Insta-lock Spider-Mans.
I didn't think about it in that term.
I like it.
I know Squirrel Girl is like the Junkrat.
Squirrel Girl is like very terrible to go against sometimes. You literally all you have to do is just hold left click and you're getting kills.
I played I played Hawkeye for the first time last night. He does not have any bullet drop.
It's just straight for an arrow. It's just straight nothing.
I was shooting it. And I was like, why is there no bullet drop?
I'm still in the spectator stand.
I was out here just trying out Hawkeye, and I was like, man, that arrow doesn't look like it's going down.
It's just a straight shot. If you charge it all the way, it's a straight shot.
I didn't know that. That's the whole thing that I was doing was just charge shots. So the entire time it was just and I was
no
like,
bullet drop whatsoever.
I was like, huh, not a scientist. I don't think that's how bows work.
It's supposed to keep going over and over.
I mean, and lore wise, does Hawkeye have anything to make his bow just?
He's just a normal guy.
Just a normal guy. Just a chill
miss.
guy. Just a chill guy.
He's a chill hawker.
Him and Black Widow are like, aren't they the only 2 humans? Like actually normal humans. Oh, Iron Man. In a way, kind of. I don't know if you count his whole heart thing.
You could say Star-Lord.
Star-Lord, that is true. Star-Lord is a normal guy from where is he from? Missouri, Michigan? Somewhere
He does have some powers.
He does?
He does with his dad.
Oh, Daredevil.
Daredevil's
not this version of Daredevil, but
the regular
Daredevil.
Daredevil.
The regular Daredevil. See, now we're just being nerds.
Just waiting for this next match to start.
Technically, the entirety of Fantastic Four, and before they got hit.
Before the Or the spaceship incident.
The space dust.
You can count Black Panther.
Yeah. The vibranium. I mean, kind of though, because he does drink it too.
That's not really any power though. It's just like you believing in it.
Oh, really? Man, I haven't seen the Black Panther movie in a while. Man, this is hard. I think it's only
Like
like
a squirrel girl's a normal human. I know she can like control squirrels. Never mind.
control squirrel. Let's see. Penny Parker, no?
That's also a normal human.
Yeah,
Well, no, she got bit by a spider.
but it doesn't really like.
It doesn't help her out though.
Yeah, she's just techie. She's just a nerd.
Hey Jeff, bro, he's a normal human.
I believe it. Jeff is actually just in cosplay all the time.
This is just a guy in a suit.
Shorter than like half of the cast.
Just a guy in a suit, bro.
Just a guy in a suit. How many like Asgards do they have? Demigods.
They have Thor, they have
Thor,
Hela, Loki, Angela.
Loki, Angela.
That's pretty much it.
Nah, Daredevil, Loki.
I think that Daredevil has like spider strings, right?
I don't remember. I just know that this version of Daredevil is like he's a god or something
I'm
like
not
that.
sure like Daredevil's like ice powers.
I don't remember. I don't remember. I read up on it because people were like surprised that
I was lying to you.
I know, but I was saying that Daredevil, when Daredevil came out in his trailer, the people who only knew about like him and the shows were all kind of surprised that he was out here battling gods. But in the comics, he's like just actually a god himself.
He's like an actual devil.
Yeah. Actual devil. I saw your side eye, bro. I think we're having some audio issues right now. Don't really do anything. There you go. All right, audio should be fixed.
Just start breathing in the mic, you know. Just some ASMR with the crunchy mic.
Hey, I mean, hey, any ASMR is good ASMR, right?
Crunchy mic ASMR. Like that one guy in the Spider-Man mask who starts slamming on the mic.
You think he's the canonical Spider-Man somewhere? Have you
It's
seen
like-
the one-frame Spider-Man?
It's like that one Miku is like every Miku's canon. And they just make the most like weirdest Miku. It's like, yeah, that's canon now.
You seen the Dragon Ball ones? The every Goku's canon?
Oh, I saw that.
Dude, it's so funny. It's like, yeah, this Goku's canon. You didn't know?
You know what it really means? It's like every Goku's canon.
Every Goku. I mean, we should probably talk about Marvel.
Everything in Dragon Ball's canon.
Everything in Dragon Ball's canon. Oh, man. There's a universe out there where Vegeta is actually stronger than Goku.
There's a
Will we
universe
ever
out
see
there
it?
where I'm stronger than Goku.
There's a universe out there where we're actually Goku and Vegeta.
There's a universe where I own Goku. I want some Frieza stuff.
Dude, Frieza's actually one of my favorite villains in all of fiction. Hey, he's cool. He's cool. He has
Frieza
a
is
death
really he's one of
meme.
my favorite villains, other than Goku Black and Zamasu.
Dude, honestly, I think out of all the... I don't know, would you count Broly as a villain? Like,
Well, which Broly?
Super, not Z.
Then not really.
Yeah, he's more
he,
like...
he turned good.
Because he was misunderstood. Z, oh my dude, Z
Yeah,
Broly?
Z Broly was
is
a
such a menace.
He was a whole villain.
He soloed 3 Saiyans by himself and made Vegeta back out of the fight.
Kamehameha, bro.
We don't talk about Bio Broly. Bio Broly is a conversation that should never be brought up. Terrible, terrible, terrible movie. Did you watch the Hawkeye show?
I did not.
I watched some of it. It was pretty funny, but that was about it. And
It looks like we are going to take a little break before
small
this final
breaker.
match.
a small breather.
And here we are, potentially the final match for Norwalk versus CCUN here. I don't know if you've noticed or you've seen or been watching, but we've been seeing a lot of like a dive teams here going into these past few matches.
Yeah, I think Norwalk were having a little bit of trouble getting back into a groove on the last map. And it wasn't until they found that double dive comp in the BP and the Magic that they're getting back into their form. I think one of my biggest issues with CSUN right now is they're having a lot of problems managing their ults.
Yes, we were talking about it last time where both supports kept popping ults at the same time. And I was asking, like, is that viable?
No. So,
Yeah.
I mean, personally, I think that the best way to play around with ults is ults are very powerful, just in general. Typically, an ult alone will just give you an advantage in a fight. And I think too many times CSUN focus on using ults to confirm fights than just giving themselves an advantage, because typically all it takes in a fight is just to get a little bit of an advantage and you'll win it. You know, you might lose a few lives or whatever, you know what I mean, but in the end you'll win the fight. And that's all that really matters, because what ends up happening is CSUN will use 3 ults, you know what I mean, to confirm a fight, and they'll win it really hard. You know, they won't like lose like any lives or maybe 1 life. You know what I mean? But then that's them using 3 ults for 0 ults in a trade. You know what I mean? Norwalk don't respond with anything. And then immediately after that, Norwalk pops like 2 ults and they win the next fight because CSUN has no ults.
Yeah. That's what I've been seeing a lot too. I'm excited to see Daredevil. I've been talking about it all 4 matches now that I've been wanting to see Daredevil into play, because we saw Daredevil last match, but it was like very, very short that he was playing, and it's because he was going against Penny Parker and really unable to capitalize. But they didn't ban Penny Parker, but they decided to protect Daredevil for this map, so I'm excited. And I was asking this too, like, is Daredevil and like Blade actually very viable for comp?
So Blade, I believe, is a lot harder to make work. Because I think a lot of teams are still trying to figure out where Blade fits. As far as like, you know, escapability, survivability, you know, utility to help the team. And it feels like Daredevil is kind of just the best of both worlds.
Got you.
You have that utility, you know, you have the wall hacks of being able to see through stuff.
And Invisible Woman. I am excited to see this. This Groot has been going insane. He's been hitting a lot of ults, and we're getting a pause here.
Yeah, we seem to get a tech pause here.
But yeah, no, this Groot has been hitting a lot of ults, getting a lot of getting a lot of value out of most of his ultimates that I've been seeing.
Yeah, I think another mix is CSUN's problem of not having ult responses.
True.
You know, they're not getting their ults managed well. And all it takes is just 1 Groot ult without any responsive ult, and you're pretty much dead.
I mean, we saw it in like one of the first 2 maps. It was a control map, and the Invisible Woman ult came out from CSUN. And Norwalk responded by popping 2 ults, which ended up winning them the control. And then when Norwalk popped their Invisible Woman ult, CSUN tried to counter ult, but wasn't able to do it. Like, they popped, I think, 3 ults and wasn't able to get out. And this is going to be the first exchange of the map here.
Yeah.
Is Bucky, like, actually viable for comp 2?
Yeah. I think he's a very scaling character. I think that the grab, you know, the yoink is very good, and there are some other characters with yoinks and stuff like that, but I think he's the one that scales the most consistently. You know, the displacement of the dash. You know,
Yeah.
the ability to knock someone out with your E. You know, the grab, obviously, and then a well-placed ult is obviously able to, you know, win with this stuff.
Looks like they're really trying to dive here. A heavy dive, kind of.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of half and half right now. Some of the team wants to, some of the team doesn't, but they need to just get on the same page right now. As you know, we are inside, but we are not with the Daredevil, and you know,
Yeah,
nothing really
I do
happened.
believe
Angela will go down soon, pretty too, and now Venom.
Man, I mean, I saw earlier that Venom tried to go in, and it didn't seem like he had any support, like really helping him as much.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like they're trying to work something out with Angela Venom, probably trying to dive their back line and have the rest of their team trying to fight the front.
Yeah, it seems like they're playing a very catch someone out of position comp. They want to use that Wolverine to kidnap someone, Angela to kidnap someone, and then Venom as a distraction. Venom does has his ult online, and Angela does too, but Angela goes down. That's going to be Luna ult and the
Invisible Woman ult coming from CCUN, I think. No, Luna.
Yeah.
And then Invisible Woman.
There you are. There's the Wolverine ult, and quite a lot of ults coming out right now, as this fight will go in the favor of Norwalk.
Venom trying his best to hold on, but oh, Angela comes in with a huge ult. Looks like they'll be able to capitalize. But whew, close fight from Wolverine. He was just shredding. I didn't know that Wolverine actually does more depending on how much health they have. Because I don't really read passives or abilities, so I didn't really know that until Rico told me.
So Wolverine is essentially a tank buster pick.
Yeah.
He doesn't deal a lot of damage, like period, but he does damage scaling with max HP. So you know,
Insane 3K.
That was a very, very, very good TP.
And just like that, they defended the point for the last capture. Would you call that capture?
Yeah, capture.
Okay.
I feel like CSUN are having a lot of trouble just getting on the same page.
Yeah, the other people coming. And it looks like they're gonna be fighting.
We have the Winter Soldier ult that we could use in this moment. That is a great reset.
Able to get
but
kills,
he's
but he's
unable to
pissed
use
off.
his ult again because it is considered a movement ability.
But it looks like CSUN's actually gonna come out on top this fight. Yep.
And there's the point captured, and that is very, very valuable for CSUN.
And we saw the ultimate from Bucky here online. Ooh, able to get that crazy kill on Wolverine. You know, I told Rigo this last match, but when I first started playing, I thought Bucky was similar to Cassidy from Overwatch.
Okay.
And I was like, kind of. But he could throw hands like that. They counter each other out.
Yeah.
But he takes him to the back line to try to get the kill, and is able to get the kill.
Norwalk definitely need to be leaning into, same with CSUN, they
Double
all need
ultimate.
to be leaning into their catch out of position comp. You know? That is a great Eye of Agamotto. A lot of brawl going on here in the favor of CSUN.
I mean, there was a double invisible woman ult pop there. And for both sides, and yeah, I mean, I'm seeing it now. Like that Wolverine does shred.
Yeah. Wolverine is essentially only supposed to be hitting tanks. Because essentially, remember, his health or damage scales with health. So if he's trying to kill a squishy person, like a healer, he's going to have a harder time. But he will have that same amount of damage that he does to a healer, scaling with HP towards a tank. So you almost always want to be hitting only tanks on Wolverine as much as possible.
And here we see trying to get some poke out. I didn't know that. I mean, I always wondered why I got targeted as a Hulk main by Wolverine, but now it makes more sense.
Mm-hmm.
This Venom just kind of dancing, trying to get a good. Look at a deadly little Wolverine just sitting there too.
Yeah, CSUN are in a very good position here. They have 2 ults online and a third coming on from the Winter Soldier right now, as the Invisible Woman is about to get another. That is 2 ults coming out. Norwalk have no ults to work with, as they're having a lot of trouble here. Wolverine is closest to their ult, as that is Invisible Woman ult.
And here we have Invisible Woman alongside of Norwalk.
There it is, the ult.
Not in a good area though, because they do.
Wolverine ult out of CSUN.
The Eye of Agamotto was very big there, getting three of their players outside of the Invisible Woman ult. We see things charging in, trying to stop it. Off into Armin Dangerous, able to get one. He's able to get this reset. With a second one, but I'm not sure that he'll be able to
Bit
get
of a
kill. Able to get the kill. Gets the third. Rigo was telling me that this Bucky Wood player was actually very insane. So
he is getting kidnapped right now, though.
Able to
and
get
gets the
four.
reset. That's another ult. That was great. That was very well played.
Oh man, I'm seeing it now. I've heard it's a good thing on Thing to try to get your right click out as much as possible because it gives you shield.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm excited to see how the next team fight comes in with 3 ults on the side of Norwalk, none on CCUN, little 180 from the last team fight. They are getting shredded currently off by the pop Luda Snow. Thing not in the area to get his ultimate or get inside the healing. But this Luda Snow ult is counteracting a bunch of their ults. And here we see a Wolverine ult come out. Another Eye of Agamotto pop, but it doesn't look like it capitalized as much. Getting shredded. And dude, Bucky already almost has his ult again. They popped their Luna Snow ult, so now if they live this team fight, Bucky has his ult ready for this, as well as Thing.
Norwalk does have 3 ults online to respond with as well, as 2 of them come out as I'm saying that.
And here's the third ult coming out. Now it's gonna be a big team fight. CSUN used 3 ults
That's an
as well.
amazing ult out of Daredevil.
There's so much happening. Thing getting picked off. Norwalk looking like they're losing this team fight. I don't think they have enough time to come back and protect the point any longer.
And that is a great push from CSUN. We have seen first a completed point from CSUN. This is a great lead. There is no time left. So that is a slight disadvantage, but it's still a very good look. I also want to point out they're getting massive value with that Daredevil. I don't know if you noticed, but the Daredevil ult at the end there basically secured the round. Do you know what Daredevil's ult does?
No, I have no idea.
Yeah, so I'll explain. Daredevil's ult is an AoE around him. It'll secure an area around him or affect enemies around him. So he hit it when everyone was trying to contest the point. I think he hit all 5 that were alive at the time.
Yeah.
Essentially what it does is it gives everyone like a damage over time, and they just start taking damage over time, and it'll blind them. So as long as they're in it, they'll gradually get more and more blind, which prevents, healers from healing their guys because they can't see as far.
Yeah.
And those kinds of things. Very, very huge to keep on a point.
That was an amazing capitalization off of that ult then. I didn't know how much DOT does it do.
Not a whole lot. I think it scales with however long they stay in the area.
Okay. I mean, damage is damage.
Yeah.
Early portal here coming from Norwalk. We saw this comp in their last game, I believe. Like how they're already getting taken out, opting out for the early team fight here. Fair trade going back and forth so far. Venom's still alive, so gonna be an issue with how much health he can dish out, but it looks like it's not gonna be enough. Whew, man, Black Panther able to get the kill off there.
They're very smart. Norwalk are very, very good at their dive comps. They
Yes.
love that magic. They love that BP. They love playing triple support into it to keep them alive and keep them distracted. And they're using that Doctor Strange to give their dives, area to work with.
I asked Rigo the first map, if the triple support comp is actually very viable, because I have no clue if it is or it isn't. Because coming from Overwatch, it's just like it used to be 2 of everything every single game back then in 2017.
All right. So I believe it is nerfed, but it used to be absolutely limited. Just because supports dealt so much damage that it was honestly worth that you might as well just take 3 supports to give your team damage and support.
Yeah.
But I believe it's nerfed now, so they're opting for it either way.
Yeah.
It is still strong. It's just not as strong as it used to be.
We have Eye of Agamotto here again. Oh, and
It is a great land of the Eye of Agamotto. It doesn't seem like they're getting any kills off of it, though.
Magic is about to get her over here. We have Adam Warlock's ult ready to be popped, which is huge. He does go down. I don't exactly know how Adam Warlock works.
The ult or
Just his character in general. But
Right.
Magic pops her ult here. It looks like she's capitalizing crazy enough. Yeah. But because I know he could revive himself.
Yeah, so that's his passive.
Okay.
Adam Warlock's passive is he can revive himself on a really, really long cooldown. And then his shift links all of his teammates so that any damage is dealt spread across to all of them.
Okay. That could be like a blessing in disguise.
Yeah. I don't think it necessarily heals them. I think it just spreads damage across them all.
So they all have one big team health instead of individual.
No, exactly. So typically you want to be saving that for, big damage and denying the team. That could have been a great combo.
And they have the Luna Snow ult coming out here for this fight.
This is the push of a century.
But we do have Eye of Agamotto ready again. I don't know if he's going to opt out to use it. Doesn't look like he not to, which is fair. I mean, oh man. But we're getting the again spam. And that is what Bucky does do best.
That was a pretty good deep push from the side of CSUN. I think they need to be playing a lot more responsive than trying to do things on their own.
Yeah.
It seems like they're having a lot more success playing responsive.
And here we have ults being popped again, ults galore. Both invisible women ults are out again. I have Agamotto getting 3. Amazing. Getting 2 off of that.
That was an amazing Eye of Agamotto from both sides, though.
You even see the second one, dude. And then we have the Adam Warlock ult coming out.
And there you go.
And there you
Norwalk are back in it, and they have a deep push to contest. But CSUN will be up any moment. There's no ults from either side, but the Cloak and Dagger will have their ult in a few seconds here. Along with Magic. Magic just needs to deal a little more damage, and then she'll have that ult online and can secure it and execute.
Getting this back line, working with the Black Panther, and it's been working. I don't know how hard it is to counter backline divers, but
it is relatively hard if you don't have a tank to peel.
Okay. And it looks like it does. Ult might not even need to be used.
That will be a completed point.
Oh man,
an unbelievable time lead from Norwalk.
I was gonna comment earlier, but yeah, Norwalk did have a lot of time going to that second push there. I think they're I think when they cap point, it was over 5 minutes, and then when they started the second push, it was already over 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. Norwalk are very good on attack.
Yeah.
In general. I think on defense, they're also very strong. But I'd put my money on Norwalk's attack over their defense.
That's fair.
I think CSUN are still finding their footing. And there's a lot of promise.
I'm just happy we saw Daredevil.
Daredevil was good. Daredevil got some value. But I think they're going back to their bread and butter.
Yep.
They are taking the Wolverine, which might be
half and half.
Half and half. Yeah. It could go really either way. Just because Norwalk are playing dive, and the whole point of that Wolverine. Oh, it seems like there's the swap to Daredevil.
Speaking of Daredevil, my guy, he's here. Excited to see this exchange. I know CSUN kind of have to rush this in a sense, just because they have so little time, and they have a huge disadvantage with how much time they don't have.
Totally.
But here we see the backlining Venom coming in towards both supports, getting instantly blind. So is that Daredevil or is that?
So that was Cloak and Dagger.
Okay. Daredevil fighting, just throwing hands. But it is rough to go against the Black Panther. Magic, I mean,
there's just too much to deal with.
Ooh, getting taken out though by the Bucky.
This could go either way. It depends on when the next pick is.
Now when you switch to Mr. Portal Man. Probably not. I mean, someone has to touch point. Basically C9?
Basically a C9. Yeah. There's a lot of pressure here from CSUN to deny Norwalk.
Yes. Especially because Norwalk could even opt out not to pick Strange and just pick any other tank until like last minute or so. But we know their dive comp, and we know they love their dive comp.
Yeah. I think that we can. I think CSUN should very much so expect Norwalk to dive here. They've been playing dive comps on attack 90% of the time. They've been very, very successful with it. And
yeah, I mean, as I stated, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely isn't broke. It's definitely been working.
It's been working like every other game or every game that we've seen from them. I mean, all 4 maps that they chose, they were all four maps. They've actually chose the dive comp 80% of the time. The only time was when CSUN was pushing point, like this game. I don't believe they did dive comp. I don't believe they did dive comp early. I think they were doing something else, experimenting around, but then they switched to dive comp and they absolutely came back.
Yeah, they tested it with a few other things, but it really is their tried and true dive comp that is going to put them through. And I wouldn't be surprised if they sit there and wait for the Doctor Strange TP at first, just because all they need is any sort of percent on the point.
Yeah.
They just need to touch that point, get it completed, and win it out. So they really can go at any direction here. And CSUN need to lock down the site for 3 minutes. For 3 whole minutes.
That is a long time.
It's going to be very, very hard for CSUN.
They opt out not to do the portal, which is fair. I mean, they have time to play with. Black Panther looks like he's going to go down, but Magic's here to try to capitalize off of Black Panther's attempt. Gets stuck.
Magic is stuck here, and she's finding a lot of trouble. There is a big choke point going on as the kills are going in the favor of Norwalk.
I mean, a lot of them are getting low. Magic back here again, almost able to get the Cloak and Dagger. Cloak and Dagger able to get away. Bucky kind of feels like he's just out in the open alone here. He has 1 HP though. Unable to capitalize off their ult.
This is a Norwalk-sided win.
It's Norwalk.
It's looking like Norwalk is going to be the Grim Cup champions.
Fantastic, unable to do anything, and that is the final map coming out from Norwalk, dude, that was insane.
That was crazy. I don't think that we've seen as much of a dominance from any high school at the event.
Yes, I was gonna say. Agree.
I think Norwalk. I'm not positive, but if we can get that checked, I think Norwalk might be the only high school to win.
I agree because I remember. Did LBCC win yesterday during
No.
COD?
Oh, yesterday during COD, yes.
Yes. So LBCC won against COD, won in COD. They won in Rocket League, and then Cal Poly Pomona won the other 2 titles.
Yeah.
So yeah, first high school win.
Yeah, that is a first high school win, and they were a last minute substitute.
That is
They were not supposed to be coming, or not, we're not planning on coming to this event. We had a few drops last minute, I think 2 days ago or yesterday.
Yeah.
And you know, they said, yeah, we'll do it, and they ended up helping us out, and they helped themselves out.
I mean,
they took it home.
They came in and showed up. There's nothing else to say. That was complete dominance.
Absolute dominance out of CSUN. I mean, not CSUN, Norwalk.
Norwalk.
They did it in a flawless fashion, not dropping a single map.
Yeah.
They had a few close calls, but you know, they easily win it out after. Yeah.
I mean, just trying to touch base somewhere. I know, because they're the coach for both Rivals and Valorant.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of reminds me of Masters Reykjavik in a way. So, pretty excited for that.
So we're bringing in one of the players from CSUN. I mean, not CSUN. Norwalk. Are we able to swap out? Do we have them stand behind us?
I believe so.
Yeah. Do we have them sit down or?
Oh, just stand up.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll just scoot it by.
Yeah. All right. So this is
Marley.
Marley. Your in-game name
is Map.
Your map.
Oh, dude, you're going
so
crazy.
yeah. So you're going pretty crazy. First off, I want to point out your guys' consistency with your dive comps. I think you guys had like a very good tried and true dive comp of, you know, that BP and the Magic.
Yeah.
Is that your guys' go to?
It's kind of our backup.
It's your backup.
Yeah, but we just practice it a lot. So
Okay.
It's like, our synergy is like good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely tell that the synergy is good. I noticed that in a lot of your matchups. There we go with the camera. A lot of your matchups, you guys do really well at managing your ults.
Yeah.
I think that's probably one of the biggest thing. I was talking to Paul about this. I feel like one of the biggest problems with teams right now is they don't manage their ults enough. And you guys almost always had an ult online or a response to what was going on.
Yeah, we just let them waste our ults, and then we
Yeah.
use like 2 ults just to win the fight.
Yeah, no,
Yep.
exactly. And you guys were almost always on the same page with that. Like capitalizing off of mistakes and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Even though I'm the coach of LBCC, you guys did give us a very hard time. You guys went absolutely undefeated. You guys didn't drop a single map.
Yep.
You guys didn't drop a single series. You guys played both BO7s. You guys were the only team to play both BO7s. And I think you guys are the only high school to win Grim Cup.
Yep.
So congratulations.
Yeah.
Absolute congratulations to you guys. I think you guys were also, I was talking before, you guys were last minute subs as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's absolutely crazy to have like last minute subs, win the entire event, and be a high school, and in a flawless fashion. Like there's so many things that you guys did that I'd like to congratulate you guys on. What is your guys' training regimen?
It's really just like trying to scrim and trying to like figure out what's your biggest counter, like
Mhm.
your biggest flaw, and then you fix it, and that's it.
Yeah, really attacking at the source. Do you have anything that you like to say to your team?
Good job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything to say to your fans?
I hope it was fun.
It was definitely a fun watch.
It was
It was
definitely
definitely
a
a fun
great
watch. We'll move over to Coach.
Mhm.
Coach,
Yes, sir.
how hard is it to get your team like this? to get them all on the same page? How long does it take? I think a lot of teams, struggle with that same problem of, hey, this is our first time playing together as a team. It's a lot of the first time a lot of players ever play as a team, whether they're, in high school or in college, just in general. We've always played, games, our whole lives growing up. Most of the time you're just playing alone or with friends. How do you get them so synergized and so on the same page?
So the biggest obstacle is time. This team, they are juniors. So most of them are juniors. 5 of them are juniors. So this is their 3rd year for most of them playing together. And it took 3 years to get to this point.
Wow.
Like this didn't happen overnight. Even this team is orders of magnitude above what they were in the spring. If I or any coach had 8 years with the same group, they would be world champions.
Oh yeah.
But that's just not how it works. You only have so much time. And so there's a lot of, honestly, it feels like crunching constantly. It always feels like we're going into practice. What do we need to learn? How often are people playing? And then school too.
Yeah.
How do you manage all that on top of school? How
Yes.
do you be a student first and athlete second, and then also compete at this level?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
I've also been, a high school coach. I think one of the biggest problems that you have, coaching high schoolers, is you have a maximum of 2 hours or 3 hours with them, maybe a day, maybe even in a few weeks, depending on your training regimen. You got to convince parents, that they're not wasting time on games, and
and that's a trick too. That's
exactly.
super worth bringing up. Like, there are plenty of parents who are like, my kid's not staying 2 hours after school. Like, he shouldn't be playing video games like that. But thankfully, we actually had some parents from Norwalk here, cheering on the team, and that's just another obstacle that coaches and teachers or whoever have to figure out. How do you convince the community that it's worth their time? And lands like this, they do work in that department. They really convince parents and guardians or whoever, like, this is worth it. Like,
why they're here.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Do you have anything on how much Matt means to the team?
So even a few weeks ago, like a month or so ago, there were a lot of arguments in comms about who is calling the shots, who is doing the bans, who is, doing the IGL things. And it's kind of moved around a lot. But Marley's really stepped up to the plate as the person who makes the calls. And once again, it became a time thing. Marley stepped into that role, started calling the shots, and then the other 5 figured out, these are the kind of plays that Marley calls. This is how I work around that. Here's how I do things. I know when so-and-so, I know when Invis is going to ult, so I know to time my ult after that, or, whatever it is. Once again, it really was just a time thing. It just took time for everybody to adjust, and here we are.
Yeah. Well, I think we can all agree that, where you guys are champions. You guys are looking absolutely amazing. You guys have, the structure to really go far. And how are you guys in season right now?
This is actually our off season. We're in one other online tournament. And that's all we're going to be doing in the fall. Spring CIF will start up. All the other big leagues will continue on. So spring is when we're going to go extra hard. But
Perfect.
this is keeping us warm, keeping us competitive, and proving what we can do so that we know what we have to beat and overcome.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure everyone in stream would like to follow along. If you guys have any streaming platform or anything that you guys would like to shout out.
So Instagram, nhs.esports. Twitch, Norwalk High School Esports, all one word. Eventually there will be a YouTube channel that'll probably be the same thing, Norwalk High School Esports, all one word. Or it might be on NLM USD Esports, one of the two, but the Twitch and the Instagram are that. Follow us on both, keep up with us. And thank you for having us.
No, thank you so much for coming. You guys both did amazing. You guys helped us out a lot. Congratulations. You guys are winners. You guys can go celebrate now. Thank you
In
so
and out.
much.
In and out.
In and out time.
In and out. In and out.
Go treat yourself, chat. Get some in and out.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Have a great one.
Thank you guys for coming.
Well, that was Norwalk. They did absolutely amazing.
Yep.
Absolute dominance. Very nice to hear, what everything they have, and they're champions now.
And the only high schools to ever win, or not everyone, but only high school to win this year's Grim Cup.
This year's Grim Cup.
Yep.
And speaking of Grim Cup, that does conclude our Grim Cup. That is it. We have no more events after this. Our final event was an absolute dominant show. And I think it really shows just how crazy Grim Cup can be. Look out for next year, guys. We will be signing off. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Have a great night.
Yep. Thank you guys so much.